Chapter 2456. Madman Lu pressed down on the platform above Lu Yin's head. The entire treasury was filled with the power of nightmares, and Yi Qi and Nong Yi's phantom were unable to move. Madman Lu was able to suppress both Lu Yin and Wuxia by himself. Wuxia raised his head as a gray aura swirled around him. He waved his hand and struck out at Madman Lu. The power of time was always great. Wuxia's palm did not have much power, but it negated what had just happened. It was Madman Lu's visualization and the primogenitor's scripture that had caused his power to return to its original state. Wuxia took advantage of this opportunity to send his evil Sarira crashing down on Madman Lu's body and pushing him underground. Lu Yin quickly controlled Yi Qi to attack, and progenitor rune lines descended at the same time, forming a giant blade that slashed down. This was a progenitor's blade. Outside the treasury, Bai Wangyuan and the rest were shocked. Wuxia's use of time battle techniques made them apprehensive, as he had dispelled all of Madman Lu's attacks with a single palm and returned everything to its original state. It was no wonder why Xianxia's power of time had been so easily dispelled. Wuxia's strength was comparable to 9 mountains and 8 seas. The ground shattered as the evil Sarira pushed Madman Lu underground. Soon after, the blade descended and viciously slashed down. Everyone stared at the ground, wondering what had happened to Madman Lu. Soon after, the red power of nightmares within the treasury shrank and flowed underground, causing Madman Lu's ancestral world to disappear. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief, as this attack should have taken half of his life away. At the entrance to the treasury, Master Shan's progenitor origin tribulation descended. It was a mountain with thick clouds below it, and because the tribulation's range was constantly expanding, Bai Wangyuan and the rest were forced to retreat far away from the treasury. Lu Yin looked at Master Shan. Sever your own cultivation. He was certain that Master Shan did not have the ability to withstand the progenitor origin tribulation, as he had not broken through the 3 stages. Even if he had been at his peak, he would not have been able to break through to progenitor origin tribulation, let alone when he had been exiled from the Lu family. His terrifying defensive abilities came from his innate gift. He would be crushed to death if he faced the progenitor origin tribulation. Master Shan looked at Bai Wangyuan and the rest unwillingly. If this was a sealed space, I could sacrifice myself and take away all of the Lu family's enemies. Master Shan, quick. Sever your own cultivation. Lu Yin shouted again. Master Shan didn't move. He wanted to stall for time as much as possible so that Bai Wangyuan and the others wouldn't interfere with the battle in the heavenly realm treasury. Lu Yin grew anxious. Master Shan, Madman Lu is dead for sure. Immediately sever your own cultivation and end your origin tribulation. As the young master, I command you to do so. Master Shan's body trembled, but he still obeyed Lu Yin's orders in the end. He spat out a mouthful of blood as his cultivation rapidly weakened. Originally, he possessed the cultivation of a half-martial ancestor. Even though he was seriously injured, he still possessed strength surpassing that of an envoy's. However, at this moment, after severing his cultivation, not to mention a half-martial ancestor, he would not even be able to maintain his peak envoy's battle prowess. As Master Shan severed his own cultivation, the ancestor realm origin tribulation mountain slowly dissipated. In the distance, Bai Wangyuan and the others exchanged glances. Once the origin tribulation completely dissipated, they would charge into the heavenly realm treasury. They did not believe that Madman Lu would die so quickly. As long as Madman Lu was alive, he would be a threat to Lu Yin. Lu Yin glanced at them. How could he not know what they were thinking? Thus he released another person from Mount Supreme, Wanzi. At the same time, he also took Master Shan into Mount Supreme. When they saw Wanzi appear, Bai Wangyuan and the others' faces darkened. Elder Gui Yuan was dumbfounded. Out of all the progenitors in the cosmic tree realm, he was the most shameless and thick-skinned. However, he now knew that he had lost. In this aspect, he was far inferior to Zhou Xian. Wanzi's reason for appearing was very simple. He had also come to undergo his tribulation. In reality, both Master Shan and Wanzi had been exiled by the Lu family and were no longer able to break through to the ancestor realm. Although that was impossible, they could still undergo their tribulations. As long as the ancestor realm origin tribulation appeared and blocked the entrance, no one would dare to charge in. Wanzi looked at Bai Wangyuan and the others in the distance. Long time no see. I never thought that we would meet under such circumstances. How we have a chat. Wang Fan spoke up. Wan Zi, once you undergo your tribulation, you will have to sever your own cultivation if you don't want to die. You will never be able to return to the half-martial ancestor realm in this lifetime, let alone break through to the ancestor realm. Wan Zi laughed. Ever since the main family was exiled, it has been impossible for me to break through to the ancestor realm. It will be impossible in this lifetime. Maybe in my next life I will use my broken body to do something for the young master. Nong Yi sighed. Only the Lu family has the charisma to make such a half-martial ancestor sacrifice his life. Within the heavenly treasury, Lu Yin retracted his gaze and looked underground. With Wan Zi around by Wang Yuan and the others would be delayed for a long time. Wuxia did not care about what was happening outside as he stared at the ground. Suddenly his expression changed. Not good. As soon as he spoke, the demonic Sarira was forced back by an uncontrollable force. A figure walked out from underground and stood there with his head lowered, panting heavily. The surface of his body was covered in deep, dark purple veins. Strands of nightmare power flowed along the veins and disappeared, causing them to become even more profound. Lu Yin's face paled. Battle force in the realm of mastery? A thought flashed through his mind and he remembered. You're that lunatic who cooperated with an ancient god to create battle force in the realm of mastery. Wuxia was puzzled. What did you say? Lu Yin gritted his teeth. He's someone from the above heaven era, and his seniority might even be older than Patriarch Tianyi's. Back then, the third mainland's Dao master Gu Yizhi created battle force in the realm of mastery, and he had many people experiment with it. One of them went crazy because of the experiments. It was you, wasn't it? Laughter rang out from underground. It was very low, but it was terrifying and terrifying. The laughter grew louder and louder until Madman Lu slowly looked up and stared at Lu Yin. It seems like you know a lot about that era. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly as this was troublesome. Only those who had grasped the realm of mastery would know how terrifying and difficult it was to fight against. This was a cultivation system created by the ancient Dao master, and it was definitely not inferior to the cultivation systems created by the talisman ancestor or progenitor Qin. It could even be compared to the death god's cultivation system. It was an exaggeration to say that in the ancient Dao master's opinion, this cultivation system was the true path that humans should take, and it could replace the cultivation system of the astral source civilization. Now that there was a problem with the fifth mainland's astral source universe, the only ones who could fight were those who cultivated battle force, domains and spiritual force. Even if Gu Yizhi had betrayed the humans and joined the Eternals, Lu Yin had to admit that the power that he had created was miraculous and suitable for humans. To be honest, after seeing that Madman Lu had cultivated battle force to the realm of mastery, Lu Yin no longer felt confident. He would only know how powerful a progenitor's battle force was after trying it out. Gu Yizhi believes that the power that he created is the true path of cultivation for humans. Let me see if he's right. Madman Lu's tyrannical aura suddenly disappeared, causing Lu Yin and Wuxia to become even more vigilant. With a bang, Madman Lu lifted up the cracked platform and smashed it at Wuxia. He took a step forward, shattering the void as he appeared in front of the caged Wurm and punched out. The caged Wurm roared, but Madman Lu's lack of tyrannical aura made it less fearful. It even dared to raise a claw to meet the attack head-on. With a crack, the caged Wurm's claw bent. It had not bent on its own accord, but had been forcefully bent by Madman Lu's punch. Lu Yin was shocked. The caged Wurm's defense was something that even the god of forgotten ruins was shocked by. Even Xianxia had been unable to do anything to it, which was why he had used Broken Blade to trap it. Madman Lu was shocked. It actually took a punch from me? The caged Wurm's claw had been bent, and the pain stimulated it. Its eyes widened as it roared at the sky and swung its body, smashing its tail towards Madman Lu. On the other side, Wuxia pushed away the platform and tore through the void to appear behind Madman Lu. He struck out with a palm. Madman Lu had the caged Wurm's tail in front of him and Wuxia's palm behind him, so he should have been able to dodge the attack. However, instead of retreating, he turned around and met Wuxia's palm head-on. Wuxia was shocked as he felt as if he was facing an indestructible mountain instead of a human's palm. His body was pushed back by Madman Lu's palm, and his palm was torn apart as fresh blood flowed out. At the same time, Madman Lu kicked out and struck the caged WRM's tail. It was simple and crude, and there were no fancy battle techniques or profound techniques. He had relied on his physical strength and mastery realm battle force to deal with both the caged WRM and Wuxia at the same time. At that moment, Nong Yi's phantom descended from above, and air chi appeared once again, attacking from below. Without taking into account the time difference, Madman Lu was basically facing enemies from all directions. Is that all you've got? Madman Lu punched out and shattered Nong Yi's phantom, then stomped down and crushed air chi. Even though Nong Yi and air chi were both borrowed from Lu Yin, they were still progenitors, and they did not have much ability to retaliate against Madman Lu. They had all been crushed, and Lu Yin had also been injured. The Hellworm had been frightened by Madman Lu, but this time, it had been frightened by Madman Lu's incomparably powerful battle prowess, and it had hurriedly fled. Madman Lu looked up and stared at the caged WRM. Just as he was about to give chase, the evil Sarira descended from above his head. The characters that had been formed from evil energy surrounded Madman Lu, and they were all ancient characters with unfathomable power. No matter how Madman Lu punched at them, he could not break through them. Wuxia took advantage of this opportunity and slammed down with his slipper. Madman Lu raised his hand, and a golden light filled the sky as the Divine Seal Catalog appeared. It stung Lu Yin's eyes and he paled. The Divine Seal Catalog? Could Madman Lu have already become a god? Even if he had progenitors to help him, how could he deal with them? Lu Yin was not the only one who had such thoughts when he saw the Divine Seal Catalog. Wuxia, Bai Wangyuan, and the others all had the same thought. They had not expected Madman Lu to have the Divine Seal Catalog. They had never thought that a madman could become a god. Who would be willing to help him become one? However, Madman Lu's use of the Divine Seal Catalog exceeded everyone's expectations. No shadow appeared under the golden light, and he used the Divine Seal Catalog to block the slipper's attack. Lu Yin's eyes widened. It could be used like that? Everyone's impression of the Lu family's Divine Seal Catalog was that it could be used to become a god and borrow the power of a progenitor in battle. The only way to use it was to become a god, and no one had ever tested how tough the Divine Seal Catalog was. At this moment, they saw that the slipper had not immediately shattered the Divine Seal Catalog. Madman Lu's eyes turned red, and his hands slammed down at Wuxia under the Divine Seal Catalog's golden light. Chapter 2457. Senior Brother. Lu Yin was alarmed, and the star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet. He activated the secretive plan, the star-scattered chessboard. However, under the illumination of the golden light, the star-scattered chessboard couldn't be used at all. Madman Lu's palms landed on Wuxia's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood as two palm imprints appeared on his back. He grabbed Madman Lu's arm with one hand and was sent flying backwards, but he still held on tightly to Madman Lu's arm. Madman Lu's hand slammed down with the slipper. Madman Lu sneered and used the Divine Seal Catalog to block the slipper's path. Suddenly, the slipper disappeared and reappeared in Wuxia's hand that was grabbing onto Madman Lu. Madman Lu watched in shock as the slipper viciously slammed down. This strike directly hit Madman Lu's right arm, breaking it and forcing him to retreat. This was a collaboration between Lu Yin and Wuxia. The secret art of plan could not be used, but the secret art of you could be used. This did not mean that the secret art of plan was stronger than the secret art of plan, but rather that the two were used in different ways. In most cases, the plan secret was far more powerful than the you secret. This was especially true for the plan secret's repentance step, which could be considered as reversing the flow of space. It was far more powerful than the you secret, but in some aspects, the you secret was simply a stroke of genius. Back when Lu Yin had used the Realm Mountain to seal the entrance to the Starfall Sea, he had relied on the secret art of you as well. Lu Yin was truly grateful to Undying Yushan. Although Undying Yushan had used him, the secret art of you had helped him greatly on his path of cultivation. Madman Lu faced off against Wuxia in midair. His right arm was broken and he could no longer use it. The Divine Seal Catalog floated above his head, emitting golden light. Wuxia was not much better off. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and two palm imprints could be clearly seen on his chest. He sighed in amazement. Master once said that since I was valued, it would be difficult for anyone in the same realm to be my match. I never thought that this madman's strength would be so terrifying. He's definitely at the level of 9 mountains and 8 seas. Lu Yin could also tell that Madman Lu was definitely at the level of 9 mountains and 8 seas after using battle force at the realm of mastery. He did not think that Xianxia was Madman Lu's match at all. Xianxia had never displayed the power to block the slipper. Madman Lu's God Investiture catalog could do that, and Xianxia did not have battle chi of the mastery realm, which allowed him to unleash his physical strength to the extreme. Senior Wuxia did not care about Xianxia, but he was quite afraid of Madman Lu. Moreover, at this moment Madman Lu might not have used all of his means. This battle was going to be difficult. At the entrance of the Heavenly Realm Treasury, Wan Zi still went through his tribulation in the end because Bai Wang Yuan and the others wanted to charge in. Madman Lu had held the upper hand earlier, but it had only lasted for a short while. Against Lu Yin and Wuxia's combined attacks, his situation would only become more and more disadvantageous as time passed. The Fog Ancestor and the others could not interfere in this battle. It was just like how the four-way sky had to kill Lu Yu and deal with the Gnome family in Ghost Abyss. Some battles were not suitable for them to interfere. Above him, the Tribulation Origin black hole continued to expand. It wasn't exaggerated, but Wan Zi's strength was declining rapidly. As the finger descended, the Origin Tribulation descended. That finger was definitely a power that had appeared in this starry sky before, and it was borrowed by the Stellar Source Universe to prevent Wan Zi from transcending the tribulation. Wan Zi looked at his fingers. Is he being crushed like an ant? If it was back then, I would have definitely cut off this finger. Senior, sever your own cultivation, Lu Yin said. Wan Zi hesitated. Lu Yin barked. As the young master of the Lu family, I command you to sever your own cultivation. Wan Zi looked up again and sighed as the finger continued to descend. Back then, everyone had been certain that he would definitely become a progenitor, and even Bai Sheng and the others had treated him with respect. Lu Tianjing had even visited him frequently. Who would have thought that he wouldn't even be able to transcend his tribulation? Senior, if you die from your tribulation, then I won't dare to borrow the strength of the Lu family's remaining members in the future. Lu Yin's voice rang out again. He could tell that Wan Zi wanted to transcend the tribulation even if it meant death. This was a cultivator's lifelong goal. However, Wan Zi had his own standpoint and Lu Yin had his own thoughts. Sometimes it was better to live, so why did one have to die? Since one was born into this world, one had to think of a way to survive. Living was not only for oneself but also for one's friends and family. Wan Zi lowered his head and slapped his chest, severing his own cultivation. Bai Wang Yuan's eyes narrowed. I never thought that even you would escape. Wan Zi, you won't be able to become a progenitor in this lifetime. Wan Zi looked at Bai Wang Yuan and the others. If I can't become a progenitor, then so be it. Being a normal person isn't that bad either. As Wan Zi severed his own cultivation, the progenitor's tribulation dissipated. Lu Yin finally managed to calm the caged W-room down and then headed towards the entrance of the Heavenly Treasury. He took out Mount Supreme and under everyone's speechless gazes he brought out Elder Chan, another one. Wang Fan was speechless. One after another, Zhou Xian had made ample preparations. Elder Chan asked after he came out, not even one succeeded? Lu Yin looked at him. Senior, I hope you succeed. Elder Chan smiled and shook his head. I'll give it a try. Bai Wang Yuan and the rest stared at Lu Yin. Zhou Xian, this battle should be over. You don't want the humans to lose too many progenitors in a civil war. If Madman Lu dies, then who will guard the Bat Star? If you and Wuxia die, then the losses will be great. What will happen to the fifth mainland? Lu Yin looked at them. Nonsense. Within the Heavenly Treasury, Madman Lu massaged his right arm. I can't use it for now. It's too troublesome. He looked at Wuxia. The two of you can't kill me. I'll give it a try. Wuxia's voice was much lower, and it was obvious that he was suppressing his injuries. Lu Yin summoned Ichi once again, and the Divine Seal catalog appeared along with Nong Yi's phantom image. The general appointment platform revolved around him. Senior brother, you must kill him today. With that, the progenitor's rune lines shot towards Madman Lu as Wuxia pushed the nefarious Sarira towards Madman Lu. Madman Lu laughed maniacally. Even I can't kill you. Wuxia, your strength is indeed within my expectations. If not for your strength, then I wouldn't have been able to protect that brat back then. I'm not going to play with you anymore. It'll be over once that old bastard undergoes his origin tribulation. He then stared at Lu Yin. Brat, you might have escaped this time, but you can't keep Wuxia with you forever. There will be a day when I catch you and I'll hang your skin on the Divine Seal catalog. Lu Yin raised his head. That day won't come. You can die now. He then struck out with a palm. From the start of this battle until now, Lu Yin had never taken the initiative to attack. He had always been summoning his generals or using his progenitor's rune lines, but now he had truly attacked. This palm represented that when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. After fighting for so long, Lu Yin had still not used this move as he had been waiting for this moment. Madman Lu had no intention of killing Lu Yin and only wanted to avoid this battle. This was the moment when Lu Yin's defenses were at their lowest and Wuxia was injured as well. It seemed like this battle was about to end, but now it was his turn. It was Lu Yin's turn. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. Madman Lu's pupils shrank as he stared at his body. The purplish-black battle force around him had actually vanished in an instant. How was this possible? The evil Sarira pushed forward, and Madman Lu hurriedly used the Divine Seal catalog to block it. Wuxia was already prepared, and he dodged the Divine Seal catalog to attack Madman Lu. Qi Nong Yi and Hellworm all attacked at the same time. With the addition of the progenitor's rune lines, Madman Lu was once again surrounded by attacks from all directions. This time he was unable to block them all, and his left shoulder was smashed by a slipper. His back and chest were also struck, and his flesh was torn apart as blood sprayed across the sky. Madman Lu roared as the Divine Seal catalog wrapped around him like a curtain, and he charged towards the entrance of the heavenly treasury. He had not expected Lu Yin to still have this move. If not for this move, he would not have been beaten so badly. Elder Chan watched Madman Lu charge over and felt somewhat helpless. However, he was also filled with anticipation as he began to face his tribulation. Madman Lu suddenly stopped when he approached the entrance. He was a madman, but that did not mean that he wanted to die. His progenitor's origin tribulation was about to descend, so how could he approach it? At this point, the extreme effect ended and his Mastery Realm battle force appeared once more. Lu Yin attacked again, wanting to hit him, but Madman Lu would not let him succeed. He dodged the attack and looked up. What move is this? Lu Yin was puzzled. Didn't Madman Lu know that extreme effect was extreme effect? That's the extreme effect of withering. Don't get hit or you'll definitely die, Bai Wangyuan warned. The extreme effect of withering had left a deep impression on them. Even the Undying God had been completely countered by this move, but they had not realized that Zhou Xian was already very familiar with this move. Not everyone knew about the Desolate Ancestor. In that era, only a few people truly understood him. Most people's impression of him was that he was a very lucky person from the 9 mountains and 8 seas. As for his battle prowess, he was probably the weakest in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Madman Lu had been imprisoned for many years, so how could he understand the Desolate Ancestor? By the time he was released, the Lu family had already been exiled, and the Desolate Ancestor had long since disappeared and charged into the everlasting race. To Madman Lu, the extreme effect of withering and extreme effect were very unfamiliar. The first time he had experienced the extreme effect of withering, he had almost suffered a great loss. If he had not reacted quickly enough, he might not have been able to stand there unscathed. Bai Wangyuan reminded him again, be careful of Zhou Xian. He's not very strong, but his methods are very strange. Not only does he have the extreme effect of withering, but he also controls the power of the Death God. Don't let him ambush you. Madman Lu's eyes were filled with madness as he glared at Lu Yin. Little brat, I was wrong. You're even more shameless than Lu Qi. Lu Yin raised a hand and struck out with a palm, but it was impossible to use the extreme effect of withering to hit Madman Lu. Once Madman Lu was prepared, Lu Yin's strength would not be enough. Wuxia had grasped tracing the past, but he had not had a chance to attack either. Within the heavenly treasury, Madman Lu was much more cautious of the two. What followed was delaying, and now it was his turn to delay until Elder Chan's tribulation ended. Then he would charge out of the treasury. Elder Chan's progenitor's origin tribulation officially appeared. When the tribulation origin black hole appeared, everyone was shocked as it was completely different from the previous two. Those two black holes could not even compare to the range of a normal half-ancestor's tribulation. Their foundations had been damaged too deeply, and they had only been trying to stop by Wang Yuan and the others from charging into the heavenly treasury. However, Elder Chan was different as he was truly undergoing his tribulation. Chapter 2458. Lu Yin looked at the entrance to the treasury. He would not allow Elder Chan to sever his own cultivation. The old man was not a remnant of the Lu family, and he had not come here just to prevent Bai Wang Yuan and the others from undergoing their tribulations. He truly wanted to undergo his tribulation, and he had come here of his own accord. Ever since the sixth mainland sky had covered the fifth mainland, no progenitors had been born there. Even if the upper three gates were opened, the fifth mainland's half-progenitors were confident that they could break through to the progenitor realm. The first person to attempt it, Ling Ji Mavis, had died and Elder Chan was the second. Elder Chan's first wave of origin tribulation was Sky Crush. Both inside and outside the treasury in the top realm, a boundless amount of astral source formed a dome that pressed down on Elder Chan from all directions. The astral source within Elder Chan's body was constantly being sucked away, and many half-progenitors could not pass this stage. Back then, Lu Yin had relied on the power of his heart to prevent the astral source from being sucked away. Progenitor was the final step of cultivation. To become a progenitor, one had to create their own power system. Regardless of whether this system was strong or weak, only by creating one's own system could one become a progenitor. The power of Lu Yin's heart could ignore the inner world of a half-progenitor, and that was the same for Elder Chan. He had to find a way to prevent the astral source from being sucked away, or else it would be difficult for him to pass Sky Crush. Suddenly Lu Yin recalled something. He had never seen Elder Chan's inner world since the start of the battle. Right, what was Elder Chan's inner world? He stared at the old man. Elder Chan took a deep breath. Behind him, a series of stone pillars rose into the sky. On top of each stone pillar was a large building. There were even trees growing on the stone pillars. Trees, forests, stars. This was the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin blurted out, "The Hall of Honor?" Elder Chan clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the scene behind him with a complicated expression. Indeed, his inner world was the Hall of Honor. Every half-progenitor had a different inner world. Some focused on killing, such as Xia Ji's sword and Wu Yao's crescent ring. There were also inner worlds that had a wide range, such as Lan Xian's cherry blossom paradise and Kuei Luo's carp leaping over the dragon gate. There were also inner worlds like Qin Ping's that could judge everything. However, Lu Yin had never thought that there would be an inner world that was exactly the same as the real world. If the inner world was real, then he looked at Elder Chan with a complicated expression. Was the Hall of Honor actually built using Elder Chan's inner world as a template? Wuxia sighed in admiration. This person's innate talent is truly extraordinary. He actually used his own inner world as a template to create an exact replica of the real world. This is Junior Brother's Hall of Honor, which is equivalent to another form of self-hypnosis. The more powerful the Hall of Honor is in reality, the more powerful this person's inner world will become. If the Hall of Honor in the real world is destroyed, then what about Elder Chan's inner world? Wuxia said, "It will also weaken." Lu Yin stared blankly at Elder Chan's back. When the Eternals attacked the fifth mainland, they destroyed part of the Hall of Honor's territory. Many things happened after that. The Hall of Honor was completely gone, and the sect above heaven was established. The fifth mainland's center of power shifted to the Hall of Honor. Elder Chan had supported him from beginning to end. He had never told anyone that he wanted to rebuild the Hall of Honor. Elder Chan was willing to support him even though he was weak. It's been a long time since the Hall of Honor was destroyed. His inner world has weakened a lot, so it's unlikely that he can stop the star source from being extracted. Wuxia sighed. Lu Yin was puzzled. "Senior, why didn't you tell this junior about your inner world?" He didn't say anything as Elder Chan was undergoing an origin tribulation. Lu Yin's voice could very well attract an origin tribulation. Although Lu Yin didn't say anything, Elder Chan seemed to know what Lu Yin was thinking. He watched as the star source in his body was being extracted. "There's only one thing that I want to do, and that is to protect the fifth mainland. Whether it's me or you, it's enough as long as we can protect the fifth mainland." With that, the Hall of Honor formed by his inner world suddenly collapsed behind him. The star source was no longer able to support the appearance of his inner world. "It's more serious than I thought. Looks like the Hall of Honor heavily hypnotized him back in the real world." At that time he definitely had the terrifying strength of a half-ancestor just like junior brother Qing Ping. It gave him so much power back then, but now that he's weakened, the negative energy it gave him is also extremely strong, Wuxia said. Lu Yin understood. No wonder Elder Chan hadn't used his inner world all this time. As the sky suppressor approached, the Hall of Honor behind Elder Chan crumbled. He suddenly laughed out loud. I understand now. Reversing the star source will lead to a decline. Since this inner world has already collapsed, there's no need to linger. Since the star source's power has reversed, then I'll use the reverse star source to reconstruct my inner world. His eyes widened as a formless energy spread out in all directions, instantly causing the sky suppressor to freeze. The star source in his body also reversed at the same time, blocking the origin tribulation from extracting him. Bai Wangyuan and the rest were shocked. They had thought that the collapse of this person's inner world would lead to the same fate as Wan Ziyi and the others, forcing them to sever their own cultivation to avoid the origin tribulation. They hadn't expected this person to be able to reconstruct his inner world. Reconstructing an inner world was not as simple as they thought, and it was under the progenitor's origin tribulation. Lu Yin was shocked. Senior brother, he. Wuxia sighed. The fifth mainland star source is reversing. The original inner world was reconstructed by the positive star source, but now he's no longer suppressing the reverse star source. He's using the reverse star source to reconstruct his inner world. This person truly deserves to be the master of the fifth mainland's Hall of Honor. Madman Lu was also watching and his eyes narrowed. Reconstructing an inner world? Sounded simple, but who could do it? It was just like how some people had become progenitors, and if some succeeded, others should be able to as well. However, how many people had actually become progenitors since ancient times? Lu Yin couldn't figure out how Elder Chan had managed to reconstruct his inner world. Was it too late to reconstruct it now? Elder Chan suddenly turned back to look at Lu Yin, his eyes filled with hope. Lu Yin, ever since you appeared, the fifth mainland has changed. It doesn't matter if you are a direct descendant of the Lu family or someone else. I believe that you can lead the fifth mainland back to its former glory. Since that's the case, I will do my best to assist you. With my abilities, I will do my best to help you. I hope that you will not disappoint me. After he finished speaking, a path appeared beneath his feet. It was a simple and unadorned path that looked very ordinary, like a dirt road in the countryside. However, everyone knew that this was the inner world that Elder Chan had reconstructed. There was even such an inner world. As the path appeared, it began to extend until both ends reached the sky suppressor. In an instant, it blocked the sky suppressor like a ruler that measured the sky suppressor. Everyone stared at it, as they had never seen such a strange inner world before, nor had they ever seen such a method of crossing the sky suppressor. The sky suppressor couldn't move as it had been forcibly blocked by the path. Lu Yin didn't understand what Elder Chan was trying to say. System. Elder Chan's tribulation caused all the fighting in the treasury to stop. Wuxia and Lu Yin weren't confident that they could kill Madman Lu, so they used all of their techniques. As long as Madman Lu tried his best to avoid them, they would be helpless. Lu Yin kept trying to think of a solution, but he couldn't think of a way to deal with Madman Lu. Less than an hour later, the sky suppressor dissipated. Elder Chan's reconstructed inner world had survived this tribulation. Everyone looked above Elder Chan, where the tribulation origin black hole had yet to dissipate. He still had to face the tribulation. How could a progenitor's origin tribulation be so easy to overcome? Elder Chan looked up. It was still the same path beneath his feet, but it had shrunk and could only support the bottom of his feet. The tribulation origin black hole suddenly flashed with a blinding light, and then a blade descended vertically. Xianxia's blade? Wang Fan cried out. The astral source universe could borrow any power that had ever appeared, and Xianxia was no exception. However, no one had thought that Xianxia's killing power would appear so coincidentally. Old Chan looked up at the sky. When you chased after Lu Yin, this old man was powerless to help. Now this old man will break your blade. From now on, this old man will be able to withstand your blade. As he spoke, the path beneath his feet extended to the blade's edge, just like before. The blade did not collide with the path, but instead followed the path and slashed towards Old Chan. The blade descended from one end of the path, while Elder Chan stood at the other end. When the blade neared him, Elder Chan raised his hand and caught it, causing the blade to shatter into pieces. Even though it was not Xianxia who had personally attacked, and it also did not mean that Xianxia's blade strike contained ancestor-level power, Old Chan had also not stepped into the ancestral realm. This meant that Old Chan was able to receive Xianxia's blade strike even though they were at the same cultivation level. Bai Wangyuan stared at the path. They couldn't understand what it was used for. Was it indestructible? Or was it something else? They couldn't understand it. The tribulation origin black hole still hadn't dissipated, and a low drumbeat continued to descend from above, shaking the heavens and earth. It was as if the person undergoing the tribulation would be shaken to death. Even though they couldn't see the source of the drumbeat, everyone knew that it wasn't simple, as Elder Chan revealed a pained expression. The drumbeat grew louder and louder, and it sounded increasingly familiar to Lu Yin's ears. Were these the war drums of the Above Heaven sect? Were they the Heavenly Hammer's drumbeats? The war drums represented morale, and each beat could make one's blood boil, causing one to forget about life and death as they fought on the battlefield. The war drums of the Above Heaven sect had even given birth to the Heavenly Hammer battle technique, which Big Sis had relied on to compete with the Daoist. The war drums that Elder Chan was hearing right now were definitely not something that could be beaten by a single Heavenly Hammer, but rather countless hammers. No one could help Elder Chan, even if Lu Yin knew that this was the Heavenly Hammer battle technique. Fortunately, Elder Chan still managed to overcome it in the end. After enduring 2 hours of bombardment from the Heavenly Hammer, he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. It's not that easy to break through to Ancestor. The stronger the cultivator, the more terrifying the tribulation. Sometimes it's easier for ordinary cultivators to walk down this path, Wuxia said as he looked at Madman Lu. He had to find a way to deal with Madman Lu while Elder Chan was undergoing his tribulation. Otherwise he might not have another chance in the future. Lu Yin also stared at Madman Lu. When things reached an extreme there would always be a counterattack. He rubbed his cosmic ring and wanted to take out the Grim Reaper's left arm to fight Go Lian, but Bai Wangyuan and the others had already warned Madman Lu that he couldn't just stand there and let Lu Yin beat him up. It seemed that all of their current methods were useless against this madman. The origin tribulations continued to descend, and Elder Chan endured each one with great difficulty. More and more blood flowed out and even the air was filled with the stench of blood. Lu Yin didn't dare to look as he was afraid that he would see Elder Chan dying powerlessly. Thank you Fatty Zama Master like Yuzhong Daming Stargazer's loyal friend Turbid and Clear, thank you for your support, brothers. Honestly, it wasn't that he didn't want to update but that he was too tired. There were too many things to do at the end of the year, and recently he had been rear-ended by a truck on the highway and suffered some injuries. It was fortunate that he didn't die. Thank you again for your support, thank you. Chapter 2459. This was how merciless the progenitor's origin tribulation was. To the astral source universe, any progenitor was an enemy. This was clearly a power created by the progenitor, and it could have given the humans more experts, but it still created this tribulation to prevent the humans from reaching the progenitor realm. Why? He looks like he's about to die, Madman Lu howled with laughter. He was in a miserable state, and although he had managed to avoid Wuxia and Lu Yin's attacks, his injuries were worsening. Lu Yin couldn't help but look over, and he saw that Elder Chan had already used the ancestral chi of 3 suns, but he still couldn't withstand the origin tribulation and was on the verge of collapse. Madman Lu sneered, "Brat, it must be very painful, right? Those people were all undergoing their tribulations because of you. They either severed their own cultivations, making it impossible for them to reach the ancestor realm for the rest of their lives, or they died under the origin tribulation. Everyone in the Lu family will experience the pain that I experienced back then. I will make the Lu family disappear completely and rebuild my Lu family." Lu Yin retracted his gaze and stared at Madman Lu. No one can live only for themselves, and you are no exception. Since you've tasted pain, it means that you once had someone you cared about. Would that person want to see you like this? Madman Lu's eyes narrowed. What do you know? He roared, and the red power of nightmares surged from his body once more, filling the treasury. A moment later, a blackish-purple substance spread out along with the nightmares, forming a blackish-purple space. Within this space, Lu Yin was shocked to find that he couldn't move at all. The prison drake once again felt that tyrannical and unparalleled pressure. It roared and bared its fangs in an attempt to escape. Wuxia's expression turned solemn. An ancestral world? No, it was comparable to an ancestral world. What was this? Lu Yin blurted out. You formed an ancestral world with battle force in the realm of mastery? Hen Exen had once said that ancient Dao master had confirmed that battle force in the mastery realm could also form an ancestral world. That was a path of invincibility, and it was also the path that Hen Exen wanted to embark on. He was certain that once he embarked on that path, he would be invincible in the same realm. Madman Lu sneered. Brat, I didn't want to do this at first, but since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The purplish-black substance spread out once more, and the purplish-black substance on the surface of his body was constantly being consumed. The purplish-black substance that filled the entire treasury became even more condensed, as if it was trapping Lu Yin, Wuxia, and the others in a swamp that they could not struggle against. Not to mention them, even the prison flood dragon was unable to break free. Every strand and wisp of the black and purple had imprisoned them, making them unable to move. Madman Lu took a step forward and appeared in front of Lu. I said that I'll skin you and hang you on. Even if I die, I'll make sure the Lu family. He reached out, grabbed Lu's hand. He reached out a hand, grabbed. Lu's Lu, slipper loses Lu's, and instantly grabbed the sliptoes. It Madman Lu, grab the madman, and two. Madman Lu's level. And he didn't even have time to use the reverse effect. Against Madman Lu, even the slightest delay would allow him to escape. This was a progenitor. With a smack, the sliptoe viciously struck Madman Lu's head, crushing half of his skull and sending his body crashing to the ground. Senior brother. Lu Yin barked. Wuxia waved his hand and the evil Sarira smashed down. Outside the treasury, Bai Wangyuan and the rest watched the scene unfold. It was over, and Madman Lu had underestimated Zhou Xian. This brat had too many strange tricks up his sleeve, and he always had a way to survive a hopeless situation. Who would have thought that an envoys would be able to fight against such a powerful progenitor? Lu Yin had so many tricks up his sleeve against a progenitor, and Madman Lu would never have guessed that Lu Yin had cultivated battle force to the mastery realm. The more one understood battle force, the more one would not believe such a thing. Back then he had been driven mad by his experiments, but even so he had still failed. If not for being imprisoned by the Lu family for so many years, bitterly cultivating for so many years, and borrowing the power of the Nightmare Star, he would never have been able to cultivate it. How had Zhou Xian managed to cultivate it? How? Was his luck really that good? One type of opportunity was luck, while many types of opportunities were inevitable. Madman Lu crashed to the ground, his eyes wide. This should not be happening. Was he destined to die at the hands of the Lu family? No, definitely not. Even if he died, he could not die at the hands of the Lu family. The divine seal catalog appeared once more, wrapping around him. The evil Sarira pressed down and Lu Yin tossed the sliptoe to Wuxia. Wuxia charged down, and this time he did not hesitate to kill Lu Yin. Lu Xian, stop. Bai Wangyuan barked. Wang Fan roared, Lu Xian. The mist ancestor had a complicated expression. Another progenitor was about to die. Boom. A huge sound reverberated throughout the top realm. Below the evil Sarira was the general appointment platform, which was Madman Lu's. It was also filled with images of various people and beasts. Wuxia slammed down with the sliptoe and the general appointment platform shattered. The next moment, the divine seal catalog rose up with a golden radiance, pushing away the evil Sarira and Wuxia. Wuxia slammed down with the sliptoe once more, and this time the divine seal catalog could not hold on any longer. It was forcefully torn apart, and the evil Sarira pressed down on Madman Lu through the cracks. Madman Lu opened his eyes and a scarlet vertical eye appeared in his pupils. He struck out with a palm, hitting the evil Sarira. Due to the divine seal catalog's golden radiance, Wuxia could not see anything. He only felt that the ancestral realm was on the verge of collapse, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The evil Sarira was pushed back by Madman Lu, and Wuxia was sent flying backwards. Lu Yin hurriedly called out Chi, who raised his serrated blade and slashed down. He borrowed the power of Nong Yi's phantom to attack at the same time, and a fallen leaf drifted down. Although it was slow, it gradually covered the ground. Underground, Madman Lu's scarlet vertical eye disappeared, and he leapt up to meet Ichi's blade and Nong Yi's fallen leaf. His chest was slashed by the serrated blade and blood splattered across the sky. The fallen leaves wrapped around him and Lu Yin raised his hand. With a casual wave, the sliptoe appeared in Ichi's hand and he slammed down again. Madman Lu clenched his fists and his pupils turned scarlet again. This time, because he was covered by the fallen leaves, no one could see anything. He punched out and his fist collided with the sliptoe. There was a thump, and both the fallen leaves and Ichi shattered at the same time as the sliptoe was sent flying. Lu Yin kept staring at Madman Lu, and he could faintly see the scarlet vertical eye. Really was red back. Senior. Wuxia did not move. Madman Lu's palm strike had almost shattered the evil Saraira, and his ancestral realm had been severely damaged. Lu Yin looked over and saw Wuxia's pale face. Across from him, Madman Lu was panting heavily, and his pupils had already recovered. He grinned at Lu Yin. Without Wuxia, what can you do? There's still me. He shouted, and a vast power descended from the entrance of the heavenly realm treasury. It broke through the black hole of origin calamity and brought with it a terrifying progenitor's power. Elder Chan had successfully passed his tribulation. Lu Yin and the rest did not see how Elder Chan had succeeded, but the shocked expressions of Bai Wangyuan and the rest spoke volumes. A progenitor had succeeded right in front of them, and this progenitor was no ordinary progenitor. Inside the ancestral realm, Madman Lu's expression changed. He succeeded. How? Lu Yin was overjoyed. Senior. Elder Chan looked even more miserable than Madman Lu, but his aura was still flourishing. 3 strands of ancestral qi appeared on the surface of his body, and one of them transformed into Ancestor Shui Wuqing of the 6th mainland. Snow drifted down and an icy chill descended, attempting to freeze Madman Lu. Madman Lu felt his scalp go numb. 3 strands of ancestral qi. This was 3 strands of ancestral qi. Someone had actually managed to break through. This was troublesome. 3 strands of ancestral qi was a top-notch technique, and anyone who cultivated them would be undefeatable. This was because the cultivator's realm was the same as the person formed from the ancestral qi. During the Supreme Tournament in Universe, the Prime Clear lineage had used the 3 strands of ancestral qi to suppress everyone else. If Lu Yin had not grasped the Reaper transformation, he would not have been his opponent either. He had even attracted the intervention of the martial ancestors, as they did not wish for the 5th mainland to give birth to such a monster. At this moment, Elder Chan had successfully passed his tribulation, and the 3 strands of ancestral qi of a progenitor appeared for the first time. The first to appear was Shui Wuqing. Regardless of Shui Wuqing's previous battle prowess, at this moment he was relying on Elder Chan to appear. Under the power of a progenitor, the world was frozen, merciless and boundless. All that could be seen in the treasury was a world of ice and snow, causing the world to change in an instant. Every drop of snow carried with it a chilling, killing intent. Outside the treasury, the dragon ancestor's face sank. Shui Wuqing. Be careful of his 1,000 tribulations. That's a spiritual essence battle technique that has reached the progenitor realm. Shui Wuqing was the dragon ancestor's opponent during the decisive battle between the 6th and 5th mainlands. The 5th mainland's strongest powerhouse was 9 mountains and 8 seas, while Shui Wuqing's status in the 6th mainland was equivalent to 9 mountains and 8 seas. Madman Lu continuously retreated, but in this world he had nowhere to run. He had not expected the dragon ancestor to be so wary of Shui Wuqing. Elder Chan's 3 strands of ancestral qi could create 3 people, and he had originally thought that Shui Wuqing was only at the level of the blood progenitor or the martial progenitor. Now it seemed that Elder Chan's incarnations were not simple at all. Forefather Tianyi had left behind a powerful trump card for him. Attack! Bai Wangyuan barked, wanting to charge into the treasury to rescue Madman Lu. Elder Chan looked back and a second strand of ancestral qi appeared. It was Lu Tianyi. When they saw Lu Tianyi, Bai Wangyuan and the rest were shocked. Impossible. Nong Yi, the fog ancestor, and the rest were stunned as well. Even Wuxia and Madman Lu were shocked. No one had expected Elder Chan to use the 3 strands of ancestral qi to create Lu Tianyi. This was Lu Tianyi, the publicly acknowledged strongest powerhouse in the 5th mainland, second only to the legendary Daolord. Even when the 9 mountains and 8 seas were filled with bright moons and progenitor Qin had dominated 2 mountains and 1 sea, Lu Tianyi had been irreplaceable. He had been crowned as a god in the 9 mountains and 8 seas and stood at the forefront of humanity. Bai Wangyuan and the rest subconsciously felt a chill when they saw Lu Tianyi. Wang Fan attacked. Do you really think that this Lu Tianyi will have the strength of the real Lu Tianyi? Impossible. Elder Chan frowned and waved his hand. A third strand of ancestral qi appeared, revealing progenitor Hui's appearance. Bai Wangyuan and the rest were shocked once again. If Lu Tianyi represented strength, then progenitor Hui represented wisdom. When the two appeared, the shock was unparalleled. It was as if they had seen the 9 mountains and 8 seas face the Eternals. Progenitor Hui had been full of vigor and Lu Tianyi had been invincible. At that time they had been standing behind Lu Tianyi, but now they were facing him. Chapter 2460. No matter how much he tried to convince himself that it was just an illusion, when he truly faced it he still felt a chill. This was a fear of Lu Tianyi and ancestor Hui that had formed over countless years. Elder Gui Yuan felt a toothache. Why were all the progenitors from the Fifth Mainland so freakishly powerful? Lu Xiaoxian alone could fight against 3 progenitors, and this old man had used the ancestral qi of the 3 sons to manifest a progenitor. Even Lu Tianyi had appeared and he was also fighting against 3 progenitors. How were they supposed to fight? He even wanted to help the 4-way scales. Looking at Bai Wangyuan and the others, this was the first time he felt that they were weak. Junior brother. Mu Xie roared. Lu Yin and Elder Chan turned around at the same time. Now it was above their heads. They looked up and saw beams of light descending from the sky. This was the limitless kinetic energy source box array. 3 years ago, the 7 sky gods had tried to rescue the undying deity, and it had been the limitless kinetic energy source box array that had helped Bai Wangyuan and the others along with the help of the divine eagle. Now, the limitless kinetic energy source box array was actually attacking Lu Yin and Elder Chan. The mist ancestor was immediately enraged. Stop. As he spoke, the hazy fog swept forward. Nong Yi attacked at the same time. The limitless power source box array could only be used against the Eternals, but now it was being used against the humans. This was equivalent to the humans creating a butcher's knife for themselves, which was a rather vile thing to do. No one was allowed to use unlimited power to attack their own people. The scales of the 4 directions were out of line. Wang Fan suddenly shouted, "Stop. You can't attack your own people with unlimited power." Bai Wangyuan shouted angrily at the same time. At this moment, all of the progenitors were trying to stop limitless kinetic energy from attacking Lu Yin and Elder Chan. Bai Wangyuan, Wang Fan, and the dragon ancestor were more proactive than anyone else, and they even attacked the light beam. At first glance, it really looked like they were protecting Lu Yin. In reality, this was indeed the case. They were protecting Lu Yin as their goal had been achieved. Madman Lu had successfully broken through Lu Yin and Elder Chan's blockade and rushed out of the vault, charging towards Bai Wangyuan and the rest. Not only had Bai Wangyuan and the rest saved Madman Lu, but they had also pushed away all responsibility. No matter who had activated the limitless energy array to attack Lu Yin's group, the blame would not be placed on Bai Wangyuan and the rest, as they had been protecting Lu Yin. Lu Yin watched as Madman Lu brushed past him from the side, and he saw his cruel smile and murderous gaze. His eyelids twitched and he retrieved the Grim Reaper Go Lian and the Grim Reaper's left arm from his cosmic ring, using his left arm to grab Go Lian. In an instant, an overflowing aura of death covered the heavens. In a corner of the middle-level realm, darkness connected heaven and earth. It almost cut across the starry sky and connected with the death god's left arm. Xiaxinji and Bai Xing had seen this scene before, but no one else had. Although they hadn't seen it before, an indescribable sense of danger descended upon everyone's minds, shocking them. Ghost Abyss. Old man opened his mouth wide. Death Chi, that direction was Ghost Abyss? He looked at Lu Yin, who was using the Grim Reaper's left arm to grab Go Lian and draw in the Phantom Abyss's deathly aura. Go Lian angrily shouted, "Stop. That's my Phantom Abyss's deathly aura." However, Lu Yin did not have the time to deal with Madman Lu. His death chi instantly traversed the heavens, and it was even faster than a progenitor's speed. It was as if the distance between them no longer existed. Lu Yin stared at Madman Lu and slashed out with his Goyen. Death chi swept past and the heavens were overturned. Endless darkness enveloped the top-level realm, and everyone looked up to see a black stream of air. It was as if doomsday had arrived. An indescribable darkness pierced through the void, connecting Lu Yin and Madman Lu, blocking everyone's vision. Within the darkness, Madman Lu opened his scarlet vertical eyes, and they were filled with madness. As the Grim Reaper's slash descended, his eyes suddenly changed from gray to green, then to red and finally to ghost abyss. Ghost Eye finally became eyeless, the highest realm of the Grim Reaper transformation. Every change represented a tenfold increase in his physical strength, and his battle force at the Mastery realm would also be condensed correspondingly. After his pupils became eyeless, Madman Lu's strength was beyond Lu Yin's imagination. Ghost Abyss's death chi was above that of the Fifth Mainland's Kun's domain, and the amount of death chi it had attracted far surpassed the attack that had been directed at Xianxia. However, even this attack did not give Lu Yin the confidence to kill Madman Lu. He looked at Madman Lu's terrifying eyeless eyes, saw his smile and saw his mouth open to say something. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and the darkness dissipated as he transformed into the Grim Reaper transformation. Madman Lu's lips curled up as he stared at Lu Yin and laughed maniacally. Your fate will be the same as the Lu family's. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Kill. He had to kill him. If he missed this chance, there would never be another one in the future. Kill, kill, kill. A blazing killing intent filled his mind, dyeing his eyes red. He could not see it, but a red dot had appeared in his eyes as well. It was the red dot in his heart. Lu Yin could not see it, but Madman Lu could. There were only the two of them within the torrent of death chi, and Madman Lu stared at the red dot in Lu Yin's eyes. Was that divine power? How was that possible? No matter how desperate the situation had been, even when Lu Yin had displayed Mastery Realm battle force, Madman Lu had never been so shocked. This was no longer just shock but a feeling of the world collapsing around him. It was as inconceivable as if the entire Lu family had sided with the Eternals. Lu Xian, a direct descendant of the Lu family, had actually cultivated divine power? Was he a madman, or was the Lu family a madman? Or was this Lu Xian a madman? Go Lian suddenly descended, and the death chi swept across the void, tearing a crack in the sky above the top realm. A darkness that could devour everything appeared before the eyes of countless people. They had never seen such a scene before, and their instincts told them that if they touched this darkness, they would die without a complete corpse. A huge bloody wound appeared on Madman Lu's body from his forehead down, and death chi emanated from it. The dark torrent of death chi dissipated. Everyone looked at the two of them. Madman Lu looked as if he had been fished out of a pool of blood, and his head was lowered. Lu Yin, on the other hand, was panting heavily. The red in his eyes had disappeared and he had returned to normal. What just happened? He looked at Go Lian and only remembered Madman Lu's smile. It was a smile that disgusted him and he wanted to kill him immediately. Thoughts of slaughter filled his mind and he even forgot how he had injured Madman Lu. Madman Lu had used the death transformation, and even the death god's attack should not have been able to injure him. So what had happened? He slowly looked up, and at the same time Madman Lu looked up as well. Lu Yin was sure that Madman Lu was a redback as he had cultivated the death transformation, but no one else had seen it. Madman Lu had also seen the divine force in Lu Yin's eyes. What kind of existence was this person? He was definitely not a simple descendant of the Lu family. What had happened? Fresh blood dripped down. Madman Lu's body trembled from his injuries and he could not control his body. Bai Wang Yuan and the others approached and looked at the injuries on Madman Lu's body. Even for a progenitor, this was quite serious and it would take him hundreds or thousands of years to recover. This was the power of the death god and it would take a long time to dispel it unless someone at the same realm helped. Lu Yin gripped Go Lian tightly. Within the abyss, the death chi was still being drawn in and he had not used it all in one go. Or rather, he could only use this much. No, it's still not enough. One more attack, and that would be enough to kill Madman Lu. Wuxia and Elder Chan came to Lu Yin's side and looked at him. Junior brother? Wuxia asked, sensing that something was wrong with Lu Yin. The killing intent in his eyes was too strong and it was not an ordinary killing intent. Lu Yin spoke in a low voice. Senior brother, I can't accept this. Wuxia's expression changed and he looked at Madman Lu, Bai Wang Yuan and the others. I can't accept this either. If it had just been Lu Yin and Wuxia, then it would have been fine if they had not been able to deal with Madman Lu. However, Elder Chan had broken through to the progenitor realm and used the ancestral chi of the three sons to ascend to the progenitor realm. In the end, Madman Lu had managed to escape. This was what Lu Yin could not accept, as they had clearly had a chance to kill Madman Lu. Lu Xiaoxian, it's over. No matter how the two of you met, it's all over now, Wang Fan said. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Madman Lu knows how to use battle force at the realm of mastery. Since ancient times, there have only been a few people who have managed to cultivate battle force at the realm of mastery. Gu Yizhi, the founder of the Third Mainland, was one of them. Hinxin, one of the leaders of the 12 Elysium Gates, was another, and so was I. My battle force came from Hinxin, and Hinxin's battle force has been around since ancient times. Where did Madman Lu's battle force come from? Bai Wang Yuan and the others looked at Madman Lu, curious as well. They had never heard of battle force at the realm of mastery before, but Madman Lu had just displayed an incomparably powerful attack. This level of strength had been enough to sweep through Wuxia, Yiqi and the other progenitors. If not for this strength, Madman Lu would not have been able to last until now. Madman Lu stared at Lu Yin. Whose general appointment platform is it? Lu Yin glanced at the floating platform. Lu Jian's. Lu Jian? I remember now. He's the guy who couldn't cultivate his own strength, so he went to cultivate someone else's. If he can do it, why can't I? Madman Lu growled. Lu Yin barked. Don't change the topic. I'm asking you how you learned battle force at the realm of mastery. You're red back and you've interacted with Gu Yizhi more than once. Gu Yizhi is the head of the 7 sky gods, and only he can help you cultivate battle force to the realm of mastery. You've been following him since the era of the above heaven. Madman Lu laughed maniacally, and his laughter affected his wound, causing a large patch of blood to spill out. I learned battle force at the realm of mastery from Gu Yizhi, but I was imprisoned by the Lu family not long after. If I colluded with Gu Yizhi, what would the Lu family say? The Lu family must have deliberately allowed me to do as I pleased. Otherwise, how could Gu Yizhi have been able to deceive the Lu family and teach me battle force at the realm of mastery? You've also learned this strength, so who can guarantee that it wasn't Gu Yizhi who taught you? Lu Xiaoxian, the Lu family was clearly exiled, but you were able to rise up in the abandoned wasteland and even reach this point. Even if you had the Lu family's resources, you wouldn't have been able to do so. How did you do it now? There's something wrong with your growth history. You're red back. Lu Yin fell silent. Without any evidence, any accusations were powerless. The only thing he could do was plant a seed of doubt in everyone's hearts. Lu Xiaoxian, you've touched my Ghost Abyss's death chi. How do you explain that? The Ghost Abyss ancestor jumped out and accused Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at him coldly. Are you the Grim Reaper? The Ghost Abyss ancestor was furious. The Grim Reaper disappeared a long time ago, and his death chi is a blessing that he left for all who cultivate it. Even if you're the Grim Reaper's successor, you can't touch my Ghost Abyss's death chi. You have to give me an explanation. Lu Yin calmly replied, all right, I'll find some time to go to Ghost Abyss and explain it to you. Chapter 2461. The Ghost Abyss Patriarch froze and looked at Lu Yin before subconsciously glancing at Wuxia and Elder Chan. He felt that Lu Xiaoxuan's words were threatening, but he had actually asked for an explanation. Why would the three of them go together? The Ghost Abyss Patriarch looked at Madman Lu. If even this guy couldn't handle it, then who could stop the three of them? Let's talk about this later. I hope that you can consider the Ghost Abyss Patriarch. After all, there are so many cultivators in the Ghost Abyss who need death energy. Once you use it up, they won't be able to gain a foothold. The Fog Ancestor sneered. Nong Yi shook his head. The Ghost Abyss Patriarch was unhappy, but what could he do? No one present could take on the three of them alone, and it was obvious from how badly Madman Lu had been beaten up. If the battlefield had been the Ghost Abyss Patriarch, then Lu Xiaoxian could not even imagine how much power he could use. When he thought of this, he looked at Lu Yin's cosmic ring with a burning gaze. If it could draw death energy from the Ghost Abyss, then it had to be the Grim Reaper's weapon. And that arm? Did it belong to the Grim Reaper as well? If he could obtain it, who in the Astral Tree realm would dare to touch the Ghost Abyss? Madman Lu suppressed his laughter, which made the Ghost Abyss Patriarch think that he was mocking him. You're not satisfied, are you? Lu Yin stared at him. Madman Lu met his gaze. It wasn't easy for you to create an opportunity to kill me, but in the end it was all for naught. You're not satisfied, are you? Ha! Lu Yin took a deep breath and relaxed. You can escape once, but you won't be able to escape a second time. I'll kill you. Madman Lu's lips curled up and a strange look flashed through his eyes. He did not mention Lu Yin's mutation, just as Lu Yin had not said that he had transformed into a corpse king. Without proof, anything he said would be useless. Do I have a chance? No, I'm not playing anymore. Without the Lu family, there's nothing worth playing with in this space-time. He then took out a large seal. This seal was exactly the same as the one he had obtained from the Eternal Kingdom. It was a spatial coordinate seal. Lu Yin found it strange as only the Eternals could create such a seal that could fix spatial coordinates. For example, the seal that Guyu had used to travel to the three sovereigns' spacetime was similar. Madman Lu Yu? Bai Wangyuan wanted to say something but hesitated. Everybody was staring at Madman Lu. He was using the seal to tear the void apart. After that, a voice said, "Is this the primordial space?" The voice came from the other side of the void. When Bai Wangyuan and the others heard the voice, their expressions turned solemn. Madman Lu smiled. "I'm going to the main space. Welcome." Another word came from the other end of the void. Then a figure walked out and came to Madman Lu's side. The person who came was dressed in gray robes and had a long beard. He held a walking stick in his hand and looked very old. He had a kind smile and a lofty aura. The moment he appeared, ripples appeared in the void and spread out in all directions. It was as if this space was enduring something, causing people to feel stifled. "Long time no see, old friend." The gray-robed old man looked at Madman Lu, Bai Wangyuan and the others and smiled. Bai Ran said, "I didn't think that this madman would be able to contact you directly." The gray-robed old man laughed. "Master admires him and gave him a choice. Although he waited for a long time, he still made the choice." He then frowned. "Seems like he just went through a tough battle." He then looked across and saw Lu Yin's group. He suddenly stared at Lu Yin and stared at his appearance. His face gradually darkened. "You're from the Lu family?" Ever since the gray-robed old man had appeared, Lu Yin had been keeping an eye on him. He knew that the mastermind behind the banishment of the Lu family had appeared. It was impossible for the four cardinal scales to rely on the ancestral Mang to make a comeback. The Lu family had several progenitors and was even considered a deity. It was simply a fantasy, and the only reason they had been able to do so was because someone else was helping them. Not only had this person helped them banish the Lu family, but he had also restrained the Eternals' power in this space. Otherwise, the Eternals would not have been stopped. If the undying god could pass through the tree realm and enter the astral tree plane, then so could the ancient gods. When the Lu family had still been around, the Eternals had definitely been able to keep the Lu family in check, and that power had been equivalent to another Lu family. If the Eternals had attacked the astral tree plane 3 years ago, then how could the four cardinal scales have stopped them? However, the Eternals had never had such a power, so this power had definitely been restrained by another parallel spacetime. If Lu Yin's guess was correct, then it had to be the same parallel spacetime that this gray-robed old man was in. When Lu Yin heard that the gray-robed old man had recognized him as a member of the Lu family and that there was something off about his expression, he became even more certain. "Who are you?" Killing intent filled the gray-robed old man's eyes. "Did you call me here to deal with this kid?" He was talking to Madman Lu. Madman Lu replied, "That'll be difficult. That brat is a direct descendant of the Lu family, and he's a godly progenitor. He's also obtained Lu Jian's power, so he's the equivalent of 2 or 3 progenitors. The one beside him is his senior brother Wuxia, who's comparable to the 9 mountains and 8 seas. The other one just broke through to progenitor, but he's cultivated the ancestral chi of 3 sons. He'll be quite difficult to deal with." The gray-robed old man was shocked and he stared at the 3 people before him. "No wonder you were beaten up so badly." He then looked at Bai Wangyuan and the others. "Why didn't you help him?" Bai Ran replied, "This is the Lu family's own grudge." The gray-robed old man's eyes flashed. At that moment, the mist ancestor suddenly stepped forward and stared at the gray-robed old man. "Who are you?" The gray-robed old man looked at the mist ancestor. "And who are you?" The mist ancestor raised his head. "Shi Wei of the 9 mountains and 8 seas." The gray-robed old man was astonished. "The mist ancestor of the 9 mountains and 8 seas? Seems like you've heard of me." "It's not the first time I've heard of you. Didn't you die?" "That's not a big deal. Let me ask you, who are you? Where are you from? How are you related to Madman Lu, Bai Wangyuan and the others?" The gray-robed old man looked at the mist ancestor and then at Lu Yin's group. "I'm a Yuan sage. As for my identity, you will find out in the future." He then turned to look at the distant hellworm. "This pet is not bad. Master will like it. When the day comes you can use it as a gift. He then waved at Madman Lu. Let's go. Master will wait for you. Lu Yin raised his brows. Stop right there. You want to leave just because you're here? Which parallel universe do you represent? The gray-robed old man looked at Lu Yin. You're a direct descendant of the Lu family. If you want to live, then don't ask so many questions. The Lu family deserve to be destroyed and you should learn from this lesson. Don't be as arrogant as the Lu family, or else you'll suffer the same fate. Lu Yin suddenly attacked, using his progenitor rune lines to envelop the gray-robed old man. Bai Wangyuan and the others immediately blocked his path. Lu Xiaoxian, you can't attack him. Lu Yin immediately called Yi Qi over, and the God-sealing catalog released a golden light. Scram. Wuxia and Elder Chan both stepped forward. The gray-robed old man sneered. Bai Wangyuan, keep your space-time dogs in check. Otherwise, Master won't mind personally making a trip down. He then stepped into the torn void and Madman Lu followed suit. Lu Yin watched as the spatial tear closed, and he stared into Madman Lu's eyes until the void was completely restored. When the space was restored, Lu Yin looked at Bai Wangyuan and the others. Give me an explanation. The fog ancestor replied, I also need an explanation. Nong Yi and ancestor Gui Yuan also wanted to know what had happened. In the distance, the caged worm bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Now that Madman Lu had left, it was no longer afraid. Bai Wangyuan, tell me what's going on? The fog ancestor asked again. Bai Wangyuan and the others looked at each other and then said, there are many parallel universes in the universe, and the one we're in is one of them. The Eternals have opened up battlefields in various parallel universes in an attempt to conquer the universe. That person just now was called a Yuan sage and he represents one of these parallel universes. He then looked at Lu Yin. When we exiled the Lu family, they also helped us. Lu Yin's finger twitched. Why? Wang Fan coldly replied, because the Lu family is too arrogant, and there are always people who can't stand it. Speak human. Lu Yin barked. Wang Fan was furious and wanted to berate Lu Yin. Wuxia spoke up. Is that parallel universe very strong? The dragon ancestor nodded. Very strong, and we can't compare to them. That's why I advise you not to provoke them. He then glanced at Caged Drake. The strongest person in that universe is called a Grand Empyrean, and he's a terrifying existence comparable to a primogenitor. Lu Yin and the others felt their scalps go numb. Comparable to a primogenitor? That was horrifying. Up until now, the strongest person they had encountered was the ancient god, one of the 6 Daoists of the 3 realms. The strongest person Lu Yin could borrow from was also the death god of the 3 realms. As for a primogenitor, he was an existence that surpassed the 3 realms. Is the only true god being held back by him? The fog ancestor blurted out. Byran replied, it's best not to provoke that universe. They call themselves the main space and they are the greatest power against the Eternals. The 7 sky gods are constantly being held back by them, and there are more than one parallel universe that follows them. Lu Xiaoxian, don't provoke them or you'll be inviting disaster for everyone. Of course you can't provoke them either. You can't even come into contact with that universe. Lu Yin muttered to himself. The main space. It was no wonder that the Lu family had been exiled. Where did Xianxia go? Wang Fan suddenly asked. Everyone looked at Lu Yin as he was the only progenitor on the 5th mainland. No one else could deal with Xianxia, but there had been no news of him since he had gone to the 5th mainland. This was strange. Lu Yin calmly replied, I don't know. Bai Wangyuan frowned. Lu Xiaoxian, Xianxia is one of our main forces against the Eternals. Lu Yin looked up. Are you trying to talk about righteousness with me? Bai Wangyuan paused. Righteousness? Talk to Lu Yin? Would that be useful? Nong Yi sighed. Although the Eternals have been pushed back over the past few years, our forces have been greatly weakened as well. If the Eternals reappear, the Outer Realm won't be able to gather 7 progenitors. The Fog Ancestor said, Lu Xiaoxian, you defeated Madman Lu, so you can take his place and guard the Nightmare Star. Wuxia can also guard the Broken Star. She looked at Elder Chan, you can replace Xianxia. We lost 3 progenitors, so we'll replace them. Nong Yi thought about it and agreed. They had lost Madman Lu, but Lu Yu and Xianxia had replaced Lu Yin, Wuxia and Elder Chan. No one brought up the matter of the heavenly treasury again, as everyone had a tacit understanding. As for Xianxia, the four-way scales would definitely send someone to Shenwu continent to investigate. Lu Yin had naturally made preparations as well, and he had asked Elder Chan to oversee Shenwu continent, not because of the four-way scales, but because of the three sovereigns' space. Chapter 2462. Xianxia had gone to the three sovereigns' space, and if he joined forces with the three sovereigns to open up a parallel space, it would be hard to say what the fifth mainland would face. There had to be a reason why Guyu had spent so much effort to seal this space. With Elder Chan around, even if the four cardinal scales went, it would be useless. It was very difficult for anyone to find a parallel space, but the parallel space where Lu Yin had been born was as bright as a lighthouse. Thus, anyone from the fifth or sixth mainland who had wandered into a parallel space could be found as long as they had the ability to travel through spacetime. Of course, this ability was not simple. The more powerful a spacetime was, the more difficult it was to travel through it. However, it was not difficult for a progenitor as long as they could find their way back. The cosmic tree was an exception. Because the cosmic tree had been separated from the fifth mainland, no one from the cosmic tree would be able to find it in the vast parallel spacetime. At the same time, because the cosmic tree had been separated from the fifth mainland, no one from the cosmic tree could sense the fifth mainland. This meant that if anyone from the cosmic tree was stranded in a parallel spacetime, they would truly be stranded. This was one of the reasons why the Lu family had not been able to find them. Xianxia had been thrown into the three sovereigns' space, and he could not find the cosmic tree either. The only way back was to open up a passage between the three sovereigns' space and Shenwu continent. Elder Chan's success in breaking through gave Lu Yin a lot of confidence. This old man who had protected the fifth mainland for his entire life had finally made a breakthrough. If not for Lu Yin's prestige, Elder Chan could have taken control of the fifth mainland once again, but he had no such plans. Everyone dispersed, and Lu Yin returned to the heavenly realm's treasury. The fog ancestor followed behind him. I'll ask around about the situation in that main space. Zhou Xian, if things don't work out, just bear with it for the time being, the fog ancestor reminded him. Lu Yin smiled. Don't worry, senior. Even if I want to take revenge in that spacetime, I need to be able to go there. The fog ancestor rolled his eyes. I know you very well. As long as you want to, you can definitely do it. The four cardinal scales can contact that main space, so you've already set your sights on them. Lu Yin was speechless, as that was indeed what he had been thinking. The first person he had thought of was Xianxia, but since she had been used, she was no longer of any value. He was thinking about who else in the cardinal scales could be used by him. The fog ancestor understood him too well since he had been with him for a period of time. Anyway, I'll help you inquire about the situation in the main space. Before you break through to Ancestor Realm, don't mention this matter, said the fog ancestor. Lu Yin nodded. With my strength, even if I go to that main space, I won't be able to take revenge. Bai Wang Yuan said that there are powerhouses comparable to primogenitors there. The mist ancestor was disdainful. I don't believe that, but if the sole true God is really being held back, then I have no choice but to believe it. She then sized up Lu Yin. Where did Xianxia go? Lu Yin smiled. Are you helping Bai Wang Yuan and the others find out? No, the mist ancestor replied bluntly. Lu Yin nodded. I threw him away. What do you mean? Parallel space-time. The main space is one and there are many others. I threw him into a parallel space-time and it will be very difficult for him to come back. The fog ancestor sighed. How ruthless. The four-way scales banished the Lu clan and now you've banished Xianxia. Lu Yin straightened his back. Yes, this is exile. Thank you, senior. This junior can see the future. The mist ancestor was speechless. I didn't teach you anything. She then left. At present there were two opposing factions in this space-time. On one side was the four-way scales and on the other side was Lu Yin. Lu Yin's side had once been the weaker side, but that might not be the case anymore. Madman Lu had been beaten away and Xianxia had been banished. The four-way scales' power was growing weaker and weaker. The mist ancestor could not stop these two sides from fighting, and all she could do was conserve her strength as much as possible in order to deal with the Eternals who would definitely appear. Before leaving, the mist ancestor reminded Lu Yin, the Eternals will definitely not let this space-time go. Lu Yin believed the mist ancestor's words. as the Eternals would definitely not let this space-time go. He could either deal with the four-way scales before the Eternals arrived and conserve his strength, or he could set aside his grudges and ally with the four-way scales against the Eternals. He looked up at the sky. Even if I want to set aside my grudges, the four-way scales won't. This grudge will have to be resolved sooner or later. The treasury was already unstable due to the Great Battle, and the space was constantly being torn apart. It would soon disappear. There was a layer of star essence within the treasury, but many had been destroyed during the battle. There were less than 10 million left. Lu Yin still took them away as it was still money. Elder Chan had returned to the fifth mainland and Wuxia had gone to the sovereign realm. They no longer needed to follow him. Madman Lu had disappeared and no one in this space-time posed a threat to him. At this moment Lu Yin finally felt true freedom. Sometimes the stronger one was, the less freedom one would have. What was the goal of human cultivation? Immortality? What was the point of eternal life? If one did not have freedom, then what was the point of living? He took out Mount Supreme and released Lu Sun. Lu Sun walked out and looked around in confusion. Does this look familiar? Lu Yin asked. Lu Sun's expression changed. Is this the treasury? She suddenly looked at Lu Yin. Young master. Lu Yin met her gaze. Right here. I had a fight with Madman Lu. Lu Sun's expression changed and her face turned deathly pale. The Lu family has been exiled and countless Lu family members have either died or been crippled. I'm very curious as to why you would betray the Lu family and help the four-way scales set up a trap that they thought would lead to their deaths. Lu Sun closed her eyes and slowly knelt in front of Lu Yin. I'm sorry, young master. Lu Yin calmly replied, I don't blame you. It's the Lu family that couldn't protect you. Lu Sun looked up, her eyes red. It's my will that wasn't strong enough. Young master, you brought the family to prominence and reached an agreement with the four-way scales, but I still betrayed you. Young master, please kill me. It's my fault, I betrayed the main family. Lu Yin truly did not blame her. Everyone had a weakness and some could withstand it while others could not. He could not expect all of the remaining members of the Lu family to face death with equanimity under any circumstances. He did not have the right to do so. It must have been hard on you all these years, Lu Yin asked. Lu Sun knelt on the ground and clenched her fists in silence. Lu Yin sighed. You can leave. Lu Sun looked up and stared blankly at Lu Yin. She had thought that she would definitely die. Lu Yin turned around and stepped out of the treasury. From now on you have nothing to do with the Lu family. Lu Sun watched Lu Yin's departing figure as tears streamed down her face. The main family did not want her anymore. Betraying the main family had caused her heartache. And now that her name had been removed from the main family, she felt an indescribable pain that was worse than death. Nong Yi had said that only the Lu family had the charisma to make people like Wan Zi pledge their lives to serve them. Within the Lu family, the void of the treasury continued to crack, and this space was about to disappear along with everything inside. Lu Sun closed her eyes again and sat up, but she did not leave. She just sat there and looked around. When the main family had sent people over, she had accompanied them in choosing resources and had been the one to watch over the treasury. That was a sign of the main family's trust in her. Who would have thought that after so many years she would use the treasury to scheme against the heir of the Lu family? She did not know how the young master had survived, but the treasury had explained everything. The battle must have been intense. She suddenly saw the fragments of the distant general appointment platform. She saw a fragment of the divine seal catalog that was emitting a dim golden light. She thought back to the Lu family which had once been at its peak. She suddenly laughed. I shouldn't have betrayed them. Her voice echoed throughout the treasury, but it could not be heard outside. The treasury had completely shattered into the void and everything inside had disappeared, including Lu Sun. Lu Yin looked back, but Lu Sun did not come out. He had given her a way out, but she had not taken it. Betrayal was wrong and she had used her death to atone for it. Lu Yin's emotions were complicated. Family ties, familial ties, friendships, and love were the things that people should pursue in life. These were the things that represented freedom. He looked up, opened his mouth and let out an angry roar, venting all of his repressed emotions. Xianxia had shown him a future where he would kill his family and friends, one sword at a time. This had left a shadow in his heart and even now he did not dare to face it. Lu Sun had used her death to atone for her sins, and she had shown him what a person should pursue in life. He would not kill his family and friends, and no matter what happened, even if he had seen the river of time or just a corner of the future, he would change that future. He knew why he had become like that in the future, and he also knew that when the Grim Reaper had slashed at Madman Lu, he had lost consciousness because of his divine power. The red dot that had been left in his heart after the astral door had shattered was something that he would do everything in his power to deal with. He would not harm his family and friends. Xianxia had not been very clear, and the future that Bai Xianer had shown him would never happen. Lu Yin took a step forward and appeared above the Hellworm's head. "Let's go, Nightstar." The Hellworm bared its fangs and brandished its claws, roaring as it charged towards the Nightstar. The Nightstar belonged to him. As the red planet approached, Lu Yin had not expected it to belong to him so quickly. The first time he had seen the Nightstar many years ago, he had been killed by the Divine Seal Catalog. After that, nothing good had come out of it. Although the thorn in Madman Lu's heart had not been completely removed, it had been dealt with for the time being. The Hellworm streaked across the sky and landed on the Nightstar under everyone's watchful eyes. The Nightstar's environment was extremely rare. Although there was star energy and astral sources, they could not be absorbed or used to cultivate. The only power that could be cultivated here was the power of nightmares. The Hellworm's enormous shadow covered the entire nightmare shrine. Within the shrine, everyone's jaws dropped as they stared in shock. Lu Yin landed in front of the shrine with a boom and looked ahead. Feng Lan and the rest of the Nightmare Shrine's cultivators stood in the distance, looking at him with confusion and helplessness. "Ancestor Nightmare is gone. From now on, this Nightstar belongs to me," Lu Yin said calmly. Feng Lan and the rest were shocked. "May I ask who Ancestor Nightmare is?" The Hellworm bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it glared at them, startling them and causing their faces to pale. Chapter 2463. These cultivators had experienced many desperate situations on the Nightmare Star, and many of them had grown indifferent to life and death. However, their instinctive fear could not be suppressed. Facing the Hellworm, aside from the corpse kings of the Eternals, most people would be terrified unless they were stronger than the Hellworm. "I killed him," Lu Yin said, appearing in front of Feng Lan in a flash. Feng Lan was on guard and took a step back. Lu Yin stepped forward and appeared 5 meters away from him, fusing with him. During his 3 years on the 5th mainland, Lu Yin had fused with Feng Lan's body once, so he could fuse with him within 5 meters. He fused with Feng Lan's body to see if there was anything related to Madman Lu. The others stared blankly at Feng Lan, but no one dared to speak. At this moment, Zhou Xian walked out of the Nightmare Shrine and looked up at the Hellworm before drinking. The Hellworm looked at her and subconsciously bared its fangs. Liked to see creatures in fear. However, it was disappointed as Zhou Xian was drunk and showed no fear. In her eyes, the Hellworm was just an illusion. Lu Yin's consciousness returned to him, and Feng Lan was awake and looking at him in confusion. "Everyone go back." Lu Yin turned to leave. These people did not have much to do with Madman Lu. Their growth and cultivation had not been helped by Madman Lu, and they had all been eliminated naturally. The Nightmare Star's cultivation was to steal the power of nightmares from living beings. These people were like goo worms that were being reared. Only the fittest survived. The losers would die, and the winners would be able to join the Nightmare Shrine and serve Madman Lu. Only Zhou Xian was valued by Madman Lu. Burp. There was a long burp. Lu Yin watched as Zhou Xian walked over, swaying. "How much did you drink?" Zhou Xian smiled. "I'm happy, so I drink more." "Are you happy that Madman Lu was dealt with?" "He should be nice to you," Lu Yin said. Zhou Xian tossed the gourd to Lu Yin. "Yeah, we're rare drinking buddies." Lu Yin looked at the gourd and shook it. The Heavenly Realm Treasure Vault was a scam from the beginning to the end. The four-way balance used Lu Sun to arouse his interest, and he used his own method to find the Heavenly Realm Treasure Vault and enter it. Among them, Lu Sun was the traitor, but Lu Gong was not. He wanted to bring him out of the cold Immortal sect, and the key to the Heavenly Realm Treasure Vault came from Wine Hao. What role did Wine Hao play in this? He had contacted Zhou Xian 3 years ago. Logically speaking, Zhou Xian was helping him, but it didn't mean that she wouldn't help him according to the Square Balance's request like Lu Sun. There was a loud smack as Zhou Xian slapped himself on the head to clear his head. "Hey Lu Yin, you're here." He tossed the gourd at her. "Why are you so drunk?" "I'm happy, so I'll drink if I'm happy." Zhou Xian smiled and took the gourd. He shook it a little before passing it back to Lu Yin. "Want some?" It's a specialty of the bad star. It's super spicy and has a strong aftertaste. I guarantee that even an emissary can get you drunk. Lu Yin shook his head. No need. Zhou Hao took a big gulp. Are you happy that Madman Lu is gone? Lu Yin asked. Zhou Hao wiped her mouth. He was a rare drinking buddy, so of course I'm not happy that he's gone. But I'm happy that I can leave this damned place. She then put the gourd away. He knows that I gave you the key. Lu Yin raised his brows, but he didn't say anything. After I gave it to you, he came clean with me. Haha, but he didn't do anything to me. He and I are just drinking buddies. In this godforsaken place, it's hard to find one or two close friends. I can't survive here. Lu Yin was confused. Drinking buddies? Isn't he your master? Zhou Hao replied, of course not. He doesn't take in disciples, but he says that he's my master. He's just protecting me. He knew when you contacted me the first time, but he didn't say anything. He deliberately let me give you the key. It was a trap, wasn't it? I'm glad that you're fine. Lu Yin nodded. I'm fine. It must have been tough for you to stay on the bad star for so many years. Zhou Hao grinned. Few women were as forthright as she was. It's fine as long as there's alcohol. She kicked the ground. If there wasn't any, I would have been buried here. Lu Yin believed her words because he had a feeling that she was telling him the truth. What did you talk about when you drank with him? Lu Yin asked. I want to understand him. Zhou Hao rubbed her head. Let me think. He doesn't talk much and he's a taciturn person. Every time he gets drunk, he'll curse at someone with the surname Lu. Who did he curse? Lu Yin asked. Old fogey Lu, you old bastard, Zhou Hao said. Why? I heard him say that he's definitely going to destroy the Lu family. He also said that if you don't let him do it, he'll do it. If you don't like that person, he'll help him and become his test subject. In any case, it's all about cursing and venting. Lu Yin frowned. This wasn't much different from what he'd heard from Madman Lu. Madman Lu hated the Lu family to the core, and the test subject he'd mentioned should be Gu Yizhi. Lu Bujing and the others had said that the 5th and 3rd mainlands didn't get along, which meant that their ancestors didn't like Gu Yizhi. Madman Lu had become Gu Yizhi's test subject to take revenge on the Lu family. It was no wonder that one of progenitor Chen's clones had turned into a giant and attracted the attention of the entire 5th mainland. The giant had originated from the 3rd mainland and had been created by Gu Yizhi, so it was normal for the 5th mainland to hate him. Lu Yin broke out in cold sweat for progenitor Chen. If the Lu family and the 3rd mainland had any more grudges, he might not be able to keep his clone. Who was this old Lu that Madman Lu was talking about? Why did he hate the Lu family so much? The hellworms soared into the sky and circled around the Nightmare Star. Lu Yin entered Nightmare Shrine and followed the information he'd gleaned from Fenglan's memories to enter a simple courtyard. The courtyard looked just like a normal person's residence. Lu Yin walked past 2 deep grooves and looked towards a corner where the general appointment platform had once been. The ground had been crushed, and now Madman Lu's general appointment platform and the Divine Seal catalog had been destroyed along with the Heavenly Realm treasury. Lu Yin walked past the courtyard and arrived in front of the house. He reached out and pushed open the door. The interior of the house was just as simple as the one Lu Yin had built for himself and Xianxia in the food paradise, but it was even simpler. Madman Lu seemed to be immersed in his own world and didn't care about the outside world at all. Past the house was the backyard, which was a desolate dark red land with strange insects crawling about from time to time. Lu Yin stood at the back of the house and raised his hand. His fingertips touched something that caused ripples to appear. This was a hidden space that was similar to a greater world. He directly entered. This was what he'd seen from Fenglan's memories. Madman Lu wasn't afraid of being seen by others, and Fenglan had never dared to have any ideas about this place. They were both terrified of Madman Lu. Lu Yin stepped into Madman Lu's hidden space, but he couldn't see anything. All of the star essence sparkled brightly. Lu Yin's jaw dropped. What's this? He'd thought that Madman Lu had hidden something incredible in his own backyard, but he hadn't expected it to be such an enormous amount of star essence. Where had Madman Lu gotten so many star essence? Lu Yin looked around and saw that the size of this treasure trove was several times larger than Junior Progenitor Planet. Right, Lu Yin suddenly remembered that Madman Lu knew that Zhou Hao had given him the key, which meant that Madman Lu already knew where the key was. Could the star essence here be from the Heavenly Realm treasury? The more Lu Yin thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Madman Lu wanted to destroy the Lu family, but he simply wanted to destroy them and not help the four cardinal scales. The Lu family had been exiled, so it was normal for Madman Lu to take the resources from the Heavenly Realm treasury. The four cardinal scales definitely didn't know about this, or else he wouldn't have agreed to give the Nightmare Star to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was ecstatic. He'd thought that the Heavenly Realm treasury was just a trap, but he hadn't expected that there would actually be something inside. There should be no less than 10 trillion star essence here. Lu Yin gulped. He had money now, and these resources could not only restore the progenitor's swordsman's sword, but he also had some left over. Should he upgrade the slippers? No, the slippers had already been exposed and everyone was on guard against them. Whether it was Madman Lu, the four cardinal scales, or the Eternals, they all had a deep impression of Lu Yin's slippers. He had to change them. But what should he change them to? Needle? That wouldn't work either, as they'd also been exposed. Lu Yin's head hurt, and he needed to find a weapon that wouldn't attract any attention, but was still as powerful as the slippers. After using the slippers so many times, he deeply understood how useful they were, and they had saved his life more than once. It would be difficult to take away so many star essence, so he might as well repair the progenitor's sword here. Lu Yin took out the progenitor's sword, but he suddenly paused as the scene he'd seen before appeared in his mind once more. Under the scarlet eyes, the sword's edge had been brandished, bringing about a cruel slaughter. The people he had killed were all those he cared about, whether they were his family or his friends. Lu Yin looked at the progenitor's sword with a complicated expression. He had clearly been high-spirited and had vowed to change the future, but when he touched the sword again, the coldness in his hand had chilled his heart. He took a deep breath and his gaze became resolute. No matter what the future held, he would definitely change it. No one could control their own future. As he thought about it, he raised his hand and his die appeared. He tapped it. Everything went smoothly and he rolled 3 pips. Lu Yin placed the progenitor's sword on the die and then began to frantically toss out star essence. How much money a person could spend depended on how they spent it. For an explorer, a few dozen star essence was enough to last him until he became a hunter. For a hunter, a few thousand star essence was quite a lot. An enlighter could spend tens of thousands of star essence or even more, but once he became an emissary he wouldn't spend so much because emissaries use star sources. These were all normal expenses, but for Lu Yin, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or a few million star essence. Even as a hunter he wouldn't have enough to spend. Now that he was an emissary, his expenses were measured in trillions. The amount of star essence in the entire space visibly decreased as the progenitor's sword drew closer and closer to the bottom. Finally, when the progenitor's sword reached the bottom of the light screen, more than half of the star essence in the entire space had been depleted. 12 trillion star essence, a total of 12 trillion star essence. This was a terrifying number, and even if all of the star essence in the astral beast domain were added together, it would still be roughly the same number. Chapter 2464. The Mavis Bank controlled the Fifth Mainland's economy, and the total amount of star essence stored in the bank was probably not that much. Furthermore, those star essence had been stored by someone else, not the Mavis Bank. Lu Yin let out a long breath and picked up the progenitor's sword. The cracks on it had completely disappeared and it was time to test it out on the Fifth Mainland. Lu Yin stored the remaining star essence into his cosmic ring, which now had about 3 trillion star essence in it. In addition to the 5 trillion star essence that he already had in his cosmic ring, he now had a total of 5 trillion star essence on him, which was neither too much nor too little. He had only spent 1 trillion star essence to upgrade the slippers, which was more than enough to upgrade them again. Should he upgrade them? His die's 3 pips still hadn't disappeared, and Lu Yin hesitated for a moment. Whatever, there was no point in upgrading the slippers if they couldn't hit the target. Lu Yin walked out of the void and looked up to see an arc in space. He had not known what it was when he had first fused with Yuan Sen's body, but now he knew. That arc was the danger from the source box that connected the entire infinite kinetic energy. It was this danger that had caused the Nightmare Star to become like this. There were 7 planets in the outer realm and each one was different. Flora planet bloomed with beautiful flowers all year round, and it was the most beautiful planet. The Nightmare Star was the planet with the worst weather, and the strange phenomenon caused by the sourcebox's danger could only be explained by an origin array master. The Nightmare Star needed someone to oversee it all year round, But now that the Eternals had been pushed back, Lu Yin no longer needed to stay there. He left the Nightmare Star, but he did not immediately return to the Fifth Mainland. Instead he went to the frigid Immortal sect. He only had one goal in mind, and that was to take Lu Gong away. In the past he had needed his senior brother to watch over him before he could provoke the 4 cardinal scales, but that was no longer necessary. When the Hellworm approached the frigid Immortal sect, the alarm sounded. Countless frigid Immortal sect disciples looked into the distance as the Hellworm approached with a majestic aura. Lu Yin's Hellworm had long since become the object of envy. Not everyone had a progenitor mount, and even Bai Wangyuan did not have one. Within the frigid Immortal sect, Bai Wangyuan had just returned when he saw Lu Yin arrive. He immediately guessed what had happened. "Father, Lu Yin's here for Lu Gong, right?" Bai Qi asked. Bai Wangyuan's gaze was solemn. "Give him Lu Gong." Bai Qi nodded. "Got it." Bai Wangyuan watched Bai Qi leave with an ugly expression. Actually, after returning to the sect he wanted to kill Lu Gong, but he didn't do so. Now Lu Xiaoxian had already matured. He represented another colossus in this spacetime that could rival the 4-way scale. Lu Gong could be killed, but the frigid Immortal sect would have to bear the consequences. Lu Xiaoxian was no longer the Lu family of the past. He was more scheming, more ruthless, and knew how to take revenge. Bai Wangyuan didn't want to suffer any losses because of Lu Gong, and he didn't want to suffer any unknown losses either. Wait a little longer. The main space already knew of Lu Xiaoxuan's existence, and all they had to do was wait for their reaction. Madman Lu would not let him go. Bai Qi walked out of the cold Immortal sect with Lu Gong behind her. Lu Gong looked at the Hell Flood Dragon in shock. He had seen this creature before. Wasn't this the Hell Flood Dragon from the Divine Martial Heaven? The frozen Immortal sect wanted to hand him over to the Divine Martial Heaven? Bai Qi, you broke your promise. Bai Qi's back was facing him as she looked at the Hell Flood Dragon. Stop pretending. Lu Xiaoxian told you to tell us that Madman Lu is red. That way he would be able to steal the key from the Nightmare Star. This was all part of our plan. The one who told you was Yu Chen. Lu Gong was shocked, but he didn't show it on his face. You want to use this as an excuse to shirk your promise? What a joke. The astral tree belongs to the 4 Libras, so what's the point of finding an excuse? Who are you telling this to? Bai Qi raised her head. Give it to him. Lu Gong looked over and saw a young man walk down from the Hell Flood Dragon's head. The young man looked down at him with a smile. Lu Gong stared at the young man, his eyes filled with excitement. He wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to confirm it. Young master? Lu Yin landed in front of Lu Gong. Sorry I'm late. Lu Gong was excited and his eyes widened. Young master, it's really you? Lu Yin nodded. I'm here to get you. Lu Gong closed his eyes and clenched his fists, trembling with excitement. Suddenly he opened his eyes and laughed maniacally. Bai Wangyuan, you still let me go in the end. Ah. Within the frigid Immortal sect, Bai Wangyuan was furious. How dare a half-progenitor berate him? Bai Qi angrily shouted. Lu Gong, how dare you? Lu Gong glared at her. There's no good in the frigid Immortal sect. Bai Qi's eyes narrowed. You're courting death. Lu Gong looked at the frigid Immortal sect. Bai Wangyuan, you old bastard, let me go today. One day I'll lock you up and make you beg me, ha. Bai Qi immediately attacked, but Lu Yin suddenly appeared in front of her and calmly looked at her. Bai Qi was furious. Lu Xiaoxian, get out of the way. As a junior, berating a progenitor is disrespectful. So what? Let Bai Wangyuan speak. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and spoke calmly, but his domineering tone caused the hearts of the frigid Immortal sect's disciples to tremble. His domineering aura suppressed the frigid Immortal sect and no one dared to make a sound. Bai Qi didn't know what to do. Fight. She definitely wasn't his match. If she didn't fight, how could she protect her father's dignity? She definitely couldn't deal with Lu Yin on her own, and her father definitely couldn't appear either. Otherwise, if he couldn't kill Lu Gong and Lu Xiaoxian, then his prestige in front of the world would be gone. Her father definitely couldn't appear. Bai Wangyuan looked into the distance. He couldn't appear no matter how Lu Gong cursed or how arrogant Lu Xiaoxian was. He couldn't appear unless he was prepared to fight to the death. Lu Gong looked at Lu Yin, who was standing in front of him. After hearing Lu Yin's words, he confirmed that this person was the young master. He was just testing the waters. He had originally been worried that this person was an imposter from the frigid Immortal sect. But after hearing Lu Yin's words, even an imposter would die. Lu Xiaoxian, can't you be a little more stable? Do you have to cause a ruckus before you stop? Bai Xing tore through the void and walked out, his progenitor's power rippling through the sky. The hellworm bared its fangs as if it had been provoked. Bai Xing? It wasn't afraid. Bai Xing's appearance allowed Bai Qi to relax. Lu Yin looked at Bai Xing. When I exchanged 3 palms with Bai Wangyuan in outer space, you promised to release all of the remaining Lu family members. What about now? What did Lu Xin say? What did Lu Gong say? Bai Xing smiled. There are always times when people are careless. Those who don't make mistakes aren't people but machines. You know this better than us. It's normal to forget 1 or 2 of the remaining Lu family members. Was there a need to shout? Didn't we release them? Lu Gong didn't say anything. He had only provoked Lu Yin to confirm his identity. Now that he had confirmed it, he didn't want to cause more trouble. He didn't know the young master's strength, and it would be easy for him to lose if he rashly fought the 4 cardinal scales. Lu Yin smiled. You're even more shameless than Bai Wangyuan. At least he has some sense of shame and doesn't dare to come out, so you're acting shamelessly? Bai Xing rolled his eyes. Young man, your words are so unpleasant. Ancestor Bai is in seclusion, or else you wouldn't have been able to act so impudently. I wanted to have a chat with you in the clouds, but now please don't come to my frigid Immortal sect. You're not welcome here. Lu Yin placed a hand on Lu Gong's shoulder. Pray that I don't come here again. Otherwise it won't be so easy for you to leave. He then appeared above the hellworm's head with Lu Gong. The creature roared once more and unleashed its progenitor's power without restraint. It then turned around and left, heading in the direction of the Wang family's continent. It was time to return to the 5th mainland. After the hellworm disappeared, Bai Xing's face sank. Father can't appear, Bai Qi said. I know, Bai Xing replied. He then descended upon the frigid Immortal sect and appeared in front of Bai Wangyuan. How's Xiaxia? Bai Wangyuan asked. Bai Xing shook his head. There's a place in the 5th mainland called the Shenwu continent. There's a path that leads to an unknown spacetime. Xiaxia was lured there, but he didn't come out. I wanted to keep an eye on that place, but not long ago, a progenitor called Elder Chan appeared. Bai Wangyuan frowned. Elder Chan was like Lu Xiaoxian, who was equivalent to multiple progenitors. The ancestral qi of 3 sons was one of the top techniques of the 5th mainland during the above heaven sect era. Bai Wangyuan had never expected someone to reach the progenitor realm and draw out Lu Tianyi. To be honest, even Bai Wangyuan was curious about how strong this Lu Tianyi was. As for Bai Xing, he naturally didn't dare to act rashly. It seems like Xiaxia has been exiled, Bai Zhe said. Bai Xing was astonished. Exiled? Just like the Lu family from back then? Bai Zhe replied, the Lu family was exiled to the everlasting realm, and they'll naturally deal with them. Lu Xiaoxian doesn't have the ability to do that, and Xiaxia should have been exiled to an unknown spacetime. It'll be difficult for him to return. When I left, I saw that Shenwu continent was enveloped by 7 giant source boxes. It should be a source box array. I heard that there were originally only 5 source boxes, but Lu Xiaoxian somehow managed to find 2 more and formed a new source box array to seal off the entire continent, Bai Xing explained. Right, what happened here? Madman Lu didn't succeed? Bai Wangyuan sighed and told Bai Xing everything that had happened. On the other side, Lu Gong was apologizing to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was astonished. So you were just testing me. I thought that after being imprisoned for so many years, your anger had exploded. Lu Gong smiled bitterly. Something happened to the patriarch. The chances of you being able to walk through the astral trees safely are too low. I really don't understand how you managed to get to this point, so I suspect that the 4 cardinal scales are tricking me. Then why did you still believe Yu Chen's words and do as I said? Lu Yin was puzzled. Lu Gong said, there's no loss. Madman Lu helped an outsider deal with the family, and it's even better that he's killed. Even if the 4 cardinal scales bite each other, they'll still be able to avenge the family. Lu Yin nodded. This was how a member of the Lu family should be. Even if the family was gone, they would still think of ways to take revenge. It won't be long before I make the 4 cardinal scales pay the price. Xiaxia is the first, but he won't be the last. Lu Gong heard this. Young master, you can definitely do it. Chapter 2465. The Hellworm quickly passed through the new sky corridor and returned to the fifth mainland, and Lu Yin had Lu Bujing take Lu Gong away. When Lu Bujing saw Lu Gong, the first thing he said was, "Greet your ancestors." Lu Gong was furious. Lu Yin was left speechless, but after some explanation, Lu Gong finally realized that it really was a progenitor. Lu Yin was helpless about the sudden appearance of a progenitor. "Where is Lu Sun?" Lu Bujing asked. Lu Gong looked at Lu Yin. "Lu Sun? Elder of the Qinshan branch? He's dead." Lu Gong's eyes widened. "Dead? Young master, how did Lu Sun die? You must avenge her." Lu Yin waved his hand and had Lu Bujing tell Lu Gong what had happened. He then went to find Wu Junshi. "You told me about the three sovereigns spacetime, but I want to know more about the main space." Wu Junshi stared at Lu Yin in shock and disbelief. "Why? Are you wondering why I know about the main space?" Wu Junshi's heart was in turmoil and he looked at Lu Yin with even more fear. This person clearly did not know anything about the three monarchs spacetime continuum, but now he actually knew about the main space. "Can the main space travel to and from this spacetime continuum?" Lu Yin asked. "Is it strange?" Wu Junshi explained, "The main space is the head of the 6 directional societies, and they possess an unimaginable amount of power that is comparable to the once prosperous primordial space. Even so, they can't travel through much spacetime, which is what the sovereign said. Why is that possible?" Suddenly he paused and looked at Lu Yin in shock. "The Above Heaven sect, the Above Heaven sect. Wasn't the Above Heaven sect a flourishing sect that had once existed in the primordial space? Is this the primordial space?" Lu Yin also remembered that the Yuan sage had mentioned that this place was called the origin space. "That's right." Wu Junshi felt his scalp go numb. "How is this possible? You came from the origin space. He had never mentioned it before. If this was the origin space, why would he seal it? The terrifying power of the origin space is not something our 3 monarch spacetimes can compare to. This was also the reason why he didn't think in this direction. Why would a giant block the path to an ant? Furthermore, he had used such a complicated method, even sacrificing himself. It did not make sense. Lu Yin did not explain to Wu Junshi that Guyu had come to the 5th mainland from the cosmic tree. From his point of view, the 5th mainland was still a wasteland that did not even have a progenitor. How could it compare to any other parallel spacetime? But if this entrance was in the cosmic tree, then things would be different. "It seems like you still have a lot of things that you haven't told me," Lu Yin said. Wu Junshi's expression turned bitter. "Sir, it's not that this lowly one doesn't want to tell you, but I didn't expect this to be the origin space. The probability of parallel spacetime converging is far, far too low. Aside from the Eternals, no other spacetime would dare say that they can converge with more than 2 spacetimes, and this includes the Hexagon Society itself. If you exclude the Hexagon Society, then no other spacetime, including the main space, can converge with more than 5 spacetimes. This isn't just a matter of probability, but also because the coordinates of spacetime can only be obtained from the Eternals. Given how terrifying the Eternals are, it's incredibly difficult to steal from them. That's why I didn't tell you." Lu Yin did not bicker with him, as this person was not trying to hide anything from him, as there was no point in doing so. After all, he could not possibly think that he would be able to safely return to the 3 sovereign space by hiding anything. That was simply impossible. "Now tell me about the main space, the Genesis space, and the 6 Direction Society." Wu Junshi replied, "Yes, I will definitely tell you everything I know." A few days later, Lu Yin arrived at Shenwu continent and met with Elder Chan. It used to be the 5 sealing planets, but now it's the path of luck. "How is Celestial Master Gu Yan?" Lu Yin asked. Elder Chan replied, "He's the same as everyone else. His astral source is in reverse, but because he's an origin array celestial master, he wasn't injured much. He looks like a normal person and he's currently at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light." Lu Yin nodded. "That's good. A few days ago, I chased away a progenitor from the cosmic tree called Bai Sheng," Elder Chan casually said. Lu Yin smiled. "He's very sullen." Elder Chan laughed. "He's a decisive person and he immediately retreats when things don't look good for him. Why are you here this time?" Lu Yin's expression turned serious. "Senior, the situation in the universe is more complicated than I thought." Elder Chan's gaze trembled. "Tell me about it." Elder Chan had broken through to the progenitor realm, and because of the ancestral qi of the three sons, his strength was somewhat unfathomable. Even Bai Wangyuan and the others were afraid of him, and Lu Yin had to discuss everything with Elder Chan before doing anything on the fifth mainland. Fortunately, Elder Chan was not Hen Exin, and he did not intend to compete with Lu Yin for anything. In other words, he had been in control of the fifth mainland for too long. Before the above heaven, the Hall of Honor had been in charge, and he had always been in control of the Hall of Honor. He had had enough of that position. There are countless parallel spacetimes in the current universe, and it's difficult for them to converge. Even if you accidentally travel from one spacetime to another, it's almost impossible to connect. The only ones who can do this are the Eternals. They have a large seal that can determine the coordinates of spacetime, and they can freely travel to any spacetime they discover. Because of their aggressive nature, any spacetime they discover will become a battlefield. Some spacetimes are very weak and they can be easily dealt with by just sending an emissary. However, some spacetimes are unable to flourish, and they flourish to the point that even the Eternals do not dare to provoke them. Our spacetime is the only one that the Eternals are truly afraid of, and that is the era of the above heaven when the humans were at their peak. However, their peak was short-lived. As the continents crumbled one by one, we only have the fifth mainland and the starry sky tree left. This is our spacetime and it's called the primal space. Outside of our spacetime, there are many other spacetimes that are at war with the Eternals and are in a stalemate. Some of these spacetimes are strong and some are weak. At present, the strongest known spacetime is the one called the Six Direction Society. This is not a single spacetime but rather a combination of six spacetimes. The Three Monarchs spacetime that Lord Wu serves is one of the Six Direction Societies, and the Yuan Sage that we saw came from the main space of the Six Direction Society. It was that spacetime that led to the birth of the Six Direction Society. Although Lord Wu did not know much, he knew quite a bit. His cultivation base was not high, but he was still a Lord's servant. Furthermore, he was a true Lord's servant who had been chosen by the Three Monarchs. This was not only because of his cultivation base, but also because he could get close to the Three Monarchs and hear some things. From what he knew, the current main space had long since replaced the primal space. It was the most powerful spacetime among the countless known parallel spacetimes in the universe. Even the Three Monarchs were wary of the main space, and the main space had another name, the Samsara spacetime. The Yuan Sage's words have confirmed that the main space that exiled my Lu family is this main space, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Elder Chan exclaimed, "The universe is so vast, but there are still endless universes in our spacetime that we have yet to explore. There are even parallel spacetimes. Are there people who look exactly like us in these parallel spacetimes?" Lu Yin nodded. There should be, but they might not necessarily converge. Lord Wu is certain that there are no identical people in the Six Direction Society. Elder Chan nodded. Some parallel spacetimes seem to be exact replicas and I've seen them before. However, there are also some parallel spacetimes that change at a certain point in time, and the creatures that appear are different. In fact, he looked into the distance. The so-called Six Direction Society might not be a parallel spacetime that was born in our region. They might even come from the astral wilderness. He suddenly asked, "Is the cosmic tree one of the Six Direction Societies?" Lu Yin smiled. "That's the most interesting part. They aren't." Elder Chan was shocked. "The cosmic tree isn't one of the Six Direction Societies?" Lu Yin replied, "According to Lord Wu, they only know of one of the seven sky gods, the god of oblivion. They don't know anything about the other six. The main strength of the Three Monarch spacetimes is used to deal with the god of oblivion. Compared to them, the cosmic tree is much stronger. Although it's far from being comparable to the former above heaven, it's still not something that the Three Monarch spacetimes can compare to. The Three Monarch spacetimes are all listed in the Six Direction Societies, but the cosmic tree isn't. I'm curious about that." Elder Chan looked at Lu Yin. "What are you thinking about?" Lu Yin replied, "I want to join the Six Direction Society." Elder Chan wasn't surprised as he understood Lu Yin very well. This kid seemed steady, but he was good at taking unconventional paths. Unfortunately, he often succeeded. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to reach where he was today. The cosmic tree isn't in the Six Direction Society. Either the cosmic tree isn't willing to join or it's being ostracized. If you want to join, not only will you have to face the main space's hostility towards the Lu family, but you might also become the target of public criticism. Lu Yin casually replied, I didn't say that I would join as a representative of this space-time. Elder Chan was shocked. Then you... Lu Yin pointed at the ground. Elder Chan understood and nodded. That's a good idea. The only thing we need to do now is restore the astral source universe. Elder Chan asked, how do you remove the poison of time? Lu Yin and Elder Chan exchanged glances. This junior can give it a try. Elder Chan was shocked. You can remove it? Lu Yin glanced at his cosmic ring. I'll give it a try, but regardless of whether I can remove it or not, this junior will need a new identity. The identity of a Dao disciple should be over. Elder Chan gave Lu Yin a deep look. Dao Master. A Dao Master was the ruler of a continent. These two words represented an ancient era, and they represented the true ruler of a continent. Since the era of the above heaven, only 6 people had been called Dao Masters, and they were the masters of 6 different continents. Along with the Grim Reaper, Fate, and Wu Tian, they formed the 6 Daos of the 3 realms, which were considered invincible even in parallel spacetimes. This power had once terrified the Eternals. With Lu Yin's current strength, he was still far from being able to call himself a Dao Master. When he heard Elder Chan say these 2 words, he had to admit that he was moved. However, the title of Dao Master was not something that could be casually used. We'll talk about it later, Lu Yin said. When he returned this time, he had wanted to immediately take out the progenitor's sword and see if he could restore the astral source universe. However, while he was upgrading the progenitor's sword, he had stared at the sword and thought about many things, most of which was that it was not worth it. The progenitor's sword had already been broken, and it had taken more than 1 trillion star essence to repair it. This was a considerable amount of resources, and even progenitors would be shocked. It was not something that anyone could take out just because they wanted to. This amount of resources was the entire human race's wealth, and now that he had used the human race's wealth to repair the progenitor's sword, was it just to restore the astral source universe? Chapter 2466. Restoring the astral source universe was definitely necessary, but it would be even better to add something on top of this foundation. At that moment he recalled what Xian and the others had said. A Dao Master had a special meaning. A Dao Master's meaning? Destiny's daughter looked at Lu Yin in surprise. Why do you ask? Lu Yin replied, since I'm a Dao child, I'll be a Dao Master once I become a progenitor. Shouldn't I know? Destiny's daughter nodded. Yes, but unfortunately we don't know either. Don't forget that we're only half ancestors. Third uncle doesn't know, Xian doesn't know, and even you don't know? Although I'm Destiny's disciple, there are some things that I'll never know until I reach the progenitor realm. We all know that a Dao Master has an extraordinary meaning to a continent, and there are some things that only a Dao Master has the right to know. However, no one has told us exactly what those things are. This is no longer the era of the above heaven, and even if you become a Dao Master, no one will tell you those things. Actually, the status of a Dao Master no longer has any special meaning. Lu Yin looked at Destiny's daughter. Her words were sincere and reasonable. No matter what a Dao Master should know, if no one told him, how would he know? But if he didn't even have the right to be told, then wouldn't it be even more impossible for him to know? You want to become a Dao Master? Destiny's daughter asked. Lu Yin replied, what do you think? Destiny's daughter looked deeply at Lu Yin. I don't know. You don't know. Lu Yin looked at Destiny's daughter, whose attitude was very strange. What was that look? Mockery? Disdain? Or something else? Ignorance? What exactly do you know? Destiny's daughter said, Master once said something that I can tell you, but... She paused. Lu Yin knew what she was thinking. I won't give you the Book of Destiny, but I can tell you the location of the other Book of Destiny. Destiny's daughter raised a brow. The other Book of Destiny? Lu Yin nodded. That's right, the other Book of Destiny. The person who holds it isn't even a half-ancestor. If I tell you, you can take it yourself. Destiny's daughter stared at Lu Yin. Many things have happened since we woke up, and I understand the Daozi very well. If you could have taken it, then you would have done so long ago. If even you can't take it, then it should be in the hands of the 4-way scales. That's right. With my status, I won't be able to take action, but you're different. As a descendant of destiny, it's normal for you to snatch back a treasure of destiny. Even if Bai Wangyuan and the others find out, I can still protect you, Lu Yin said. Destiny's daughter pondered for a moment. If I get it, the book will be mine. Sure, Lu Yin agreed without hesitation. Rather than keeping it with Bai Xianer, it was better to give it to Mingnu. He hoped that Mingnu would have a good fight with Bai Xianer. These two women weren't to be trifled with. The Fate Maiden was not stupid and she immediately guessed the four-way scales. She even had a rough idea of who it was, but she needed an answer from Lu Yin. She thought about it for a moment before saying, "You've heard of the primogeniture, the 3 realms, 6 Daos and 9 mountains and 8 seas. These terms have appeared many times ever since we woke up, but do you know the difference between the 3 realms and 6 Daos?" 3 realms and 6 Dao? Lu Yin was puzzled. Destiny's daughter explained, the 3 realms and 6 Daos are separate. Regardless of who's stronger or weaker, there's one thing that only a few people know. Even Lu Bujing, Leng Qing and Kai might not know. That is. Her expression was solemn. The 3 realms will never replace the 6 Daos. What do you mean? Lu Yin asked. Destiny's daughter replied, what is the 6 Daos? The Dao is in front and the path is beneath one's feet. A person who obtains the Dao Fate will become a Dao Lord. Master didn't say anything about the Dao Fate, but I'm guessing that it's the progenitor's sword. The 6 Daos control the 6 continents. I don't know what secrets one will learn after becoming a Dao Lord, and Master didn't say anything about it either. However, based on Master's words, I'm sure that it's related to the progenitor's sword. Every continent has a Dao source sect, and the progenitor's sword is in the primogenitor's statue. Why doesn't the 3 realms have any? Why is it only controlled by the 6 Daos? Why did the progenitor personally become the first continent's Dao Lord? It should be related to the progenitor's sword. Only the Dao Lord of the 6 Daos can wield the progenitor's sword, and the progenitor can control all 6 swords. So you're saying that whoever can control the progenitor's sword can become a Dao Lord? Lu Yin asked. She looked at Lu Yin. I know that a Dao Lord can touch the progenitor's sword, but touching it doesn't mean that you can control it. My master can definitely touch the progenitor's sword as well, but she will never be a Dao Lord. The reason why we recognized you as a Dao Lord is because you borrowed progenitor Chen's strength to control the 5th mainland, and it's also because the progenitor's sword has acknowledged you. Can you use the progenitor's sword to sense the whereabouts of the other 5 swords? That's impossible. Lu Yin looked at his cosmic ring. Indeed, it was impossible for him to control the progenitor's sword. The progenitor's sword could take someone through space-time, and he had seen the past. He had wanted to use this ability many times, but he had been unable to find any clues. How can you be sure that a Dao Lord can control the progenitor's sword? Lu Yin asked. She replied, I'm not sure. The progenitor, the 3 realms and the 6 Daos are all gone. Everything that happened in the past can only be guessed. If no one can control the progenitor's sword, then the 5th mainland will never have a Dao Lord? Lu Yin asked. She was curious. Is the title of Dao Lord that important? Lu Yin didn't know either, but if he didn't become a Dao Lord, then he wouldn't be able to control the 5th mainland properly. His third uncle Lu Bujing had also said that being a Dao Lord was very important. Lu Yin wanted to see what would happen once he was recognized as a Dao Lord. She left with the answer she wanted, by Xianer. One of the books of destiny was in her hands. Not only did Lu Yin tell her this, but he also allowed her to find Butian so that the two of them could work together to deal with Bai Xianer. He then went to find the second Night King. Dao Lord. The second Night King's attitude was becoming more and more upright, and he looked at Lu Yin with respect and subservience. The current Lu Yin didn't even need to rely on any external power to crush him. Help me spread a message. The more people know, the better. Lu Yin looked towards the technocracy. The second Night King quickly left the main hall. He didn't leave for long before returning with an ugly expression. Reporting, Dao Lord. Aside from Astral 10, all the other Astral Combat Academy's stargazing towers have just been destroyed. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he took a step forward before vanishing from the above sky sect. At the same time, in the Innerverse, the void of a Milky Way that flowed with a blue light suddenly distorted. Enormous rings of light that were large enough to carry the weight of the stars appeared, forming a corridor of time that pressed down on a giant battleship. This was Astral 10. Outside the ring was an old woman with a pale face. Can a mere wasteland block an emissary from my inner world? Try it if you dare. Astral Ten's Rainmaster, Sandmaster and the others. They all rushed forward and raised their hands trying to push the ring away. Behind them, the Trial Master raised his hand and tried to use his astral source to form a diagram, but he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down. The Rainmaster and the others also fell down, but they didn't touch the ring. They had been injured by the reversal of astral sources in their bodies. The old woman sneered, her gaze fixed on the dispirited figure on the giant tree outside Astral Ten's Rain Observatory. She had been about to destroy the stargazing tower when this crazy person had appeared and pushed her away with a single palm. She had been warned that she would only have one chance to act. Any delay and she would face Lu Xiaoshuan's killing intent. Thus she had used her inner world to destroy Astral Ten as well. Once the ring's inner world descended, it would be enough to destroy the entire battleship. On a giant tree in Astral Ten, the crazy headmaster stood there, allowing the ring to fall. The Starmaster's eyes were bloodshot as he rushed forward to push the crazy headmaster away. Many of Astral Ten's students watched in despair as the ring fell, powerless. At this moment, the crazy headmaster slowly raised his head, his gaze still cloudy. A black hole suddenly appeared above his head and continued to expand. The old woman's pupils shrank and her inner world quickly disappeared. Origin Tribulation? The Trial Master, Rainmaster, Old Kai and the others were all stunned. The headmaster was facing an origin tribulation? What was going on? Wasn't he crazy? Ever since he had gone mad he had never faced an origin tribulation again. How could a madman face an origin tribulation? The crazy headmaster raised his head and smiled when he saw the origin tribulation appear. Then under everyone's stunned gazes he charged towards the black hole. The old woman's mouth fell open. This madman. She had seen too many cultivators facing tribulations. As a half-ancestor she had faced many tribulations herself, but she had never seen anyone charge into a black hole. That place was unfathomably deep and only a madman would charge in. Old Kai, the Rainmaster and the others shouted trying to stop the crazy headmaster. The crazy headmaster laughed maniacally. You all started this war. You ha. His laughter seemed to be mocking the origin tribulation. The Star Master was shocked. This is the 8th tribulation. He's finally going to break through to the 8th tribulation, but the 8th tribulation represented the peak of an emissary. No one had expected the crazy headmaster to face a tribulation while the 5th mainland's astral source universe was on the brink of destruction. How? No one knew. The old woman looked at Astral Ten's stargazing deck. There was no need to care about that madman anymore as he would die without a doubt. She had to consider how to destroy stargazing deck. The crazy headmaster continued to approach the black hole, and everyone watched as he flew like a moth to a flame. No one had ever heard of anyone entering a black hole, and even if they had, they would have died. Suddenly, the black hole began to change in size. It should have been rotating clockwise, but now it was rotating counterclockwise. The origin tribulation that was supposed to descend also mysteriously disappeared, causing everyone to be stunned. The old woman stared blankly. What the hell? The abnormality of the black hole also affected the surrounding space. The crazy headmaster had clearly been charging upwards, but now he was falling back down. Occasionally he would continue to charge upwards. This was completely out of his control. The Trial Master was shocked. There's a problem with the astral source universe and even the origin tribulation is affected. Old Kai was stunned. There's such a thing? Who would have thought that something would happen to Sirius's origin universe? Naturally, no one would have thought that something would happen to the black hole. This was because the origin tribulation came from the astral source universe, and since there was a problem with the astral source universe, the origin tribulation would naturally be affected as well. Chapter 2467. His 8th tribulation was gone just like that. After the tribulation ended, the crazy headmaster could be considered to have passed his 8th tribulation. The majestic astral source should have been absorbed into his body and allowed him to reach the peak of the emissary realm. The next step would be to break through to the half-ancestor realm. However, there was a problem with the black hole in the astral source. It was like fishing, appearing and disappearing from time to time. However, regardless of whether it appeared or not, the crazy headmaster continued to laugh maniacally. He had no intention of absorbing it at all. Old Kai muttered to himself, I don't know if he's lucky or unlucky. The headmaster survived the tribulation, but he didn't get the benefits of passing his 8th tribulation. It's better that he didn't get it. Otherwise, if he absorbed that astral source and tried to go against the flow, he would die, the Rain Master said. This is bad. The Trial Master stared at the sky. Where was that half-ancestor? The old woman had already entered Astral 10. Since the tribulation had ended, she wanted to take this opportunity to destroy Stargazing Tower. Suddenly, an indescribable chill enveloped her body. She looked up and saw an incomparably large black hole appear, enveloping Astral 10 and even the sky above. At this moment, not only the crazy headmaster but all of Astral 10, including the old woman, were included in the tribulation. The old woman's face turned pale. What the hell? Another tribulation? Below her, old Kai and the others also saw this, and their eyes filled with confusion. Where had this tribulation come from? The headmaster broke through to the half-ancestor realm, the Trial Master said in disbelief as his turbid eyes widened. The others' first reaction was disbelief. The headmaster had clearly just passed his 8th tribulation, and his astral source vortex had yet to reach the peak of the emissary realm. Even if he had, it would not have been easy for him to break through to the half-ancestor realm. That was an inner world formed from an astral source vortex, which was on a completely different level. How could it have been so easy to pass through a tribulation? Furthermore, it had been a 2-stage jump. Far away, Lu Yin saw this and was shocked. Origin tribulation? Who's going through a tribulation? This was not a small area. Wait, could the current 5th mainland undergo an origin tribulation? Just as he thought of this, he saw the black hole change. It suddenly expanded and shrunk as if it was playing a game. Ever since the era of the heavenly sect and the birth of the origin tribulation, this starry sky had never experienced such a strange situation. The crazy headmaster's origin tribulation enveloped everyone. The origin tribulation that the half-martial ancestor old woman attracted was especially exaggerated. Everyone wanted to accompany the crazy headmaster in his tribulation. However, because of the problem with the astral source universe, the origin tribulation black hole couldn't display its full power. It constantly changed in the sky, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate. Only the crazy headmaster laughed loudly. However, this time his laughter was different from before. He no longer repeated the same words. He laughed until tears rolled down his cheeks. He laughed out of the vicissitudes of life and also laughed out of life. Those who heard the crazy principal's laughter couldn't help but want to cry. It was as if their entire lives were flashing through their minds. The half-martial ancestor old woman was no exception. She didn't understand why she was so sad. At this moment she thought through many things. Did all the people she killed on her path of cultivation deserve to die? Was what he had done right? What are you doing now? Her mind was filled with question marks. The crazy headmaster looked up at the sky and laughed. There was no vast astral source. Instead, there were pillars of water cascading down from the void, as if it was raining down on this gloomy sky. In Astral 10, many students stared blankly at the pillars of water cascading down and smashing into the ground in front of them. Water splashed everywhere and floated into the air, forming countless layers of lakes. These lakes were like separate spaces that displayed images. These lakes extinguished the flames that had been burning in Astral 10, and this was the first time that Astral 10 had been so clean. When a student touched a pillar of water, they saw a person's entire life. He had gone from being high-spirited to being deranged. This was the crazy headmaster's life. His life had formed a strange pillar of water that transformed into layers of lakes that filled the sky. Above their heads, the origin tribulation black hole quietly disappeared the moment the pillar of water appeared. It had clearly been an origin tribulation, but it had disappeared just like that. It had appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. The old woman stared at the endless pillars of water in shock. Is this a phenomenon? In the distance, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. A phenomenon? The universe could not be fair and no one could pursue absolute fairness. Everyone's innate gifts were divided into different levels. Some people's breakthroughs in cultivation, regardless of whether they were difficult or smooth, would always be within the norm. Even if they broke through to the progenitor realm, nothing too strange would happen. However, some people's breakthroughs could cause the heavens and earth to change and cause a phenomenon to appear in space. For example, when Lu Yin had broken through to the explorer realm, a phenomenon had appeared. When he had broken through to the enlighter realm and then to the emissary realm, a phenomenon had appeared. This time the crazy headmaster's breakthrough had also caused a phenomenon. It was impossible to describe whether the crazy headmaster's tribulation had been right or wrong. The origin tribulation had appeared, but it had mysteriously disappeared. The only thing that had remained was that the crazy headmaster had successfully broken through. He had not suffered any of the disasters that came with breaking through to the origin tribulation, nor had he enjoyed any of the benefits that came with it. However, he had still broken through, and he had broken through while laughing maniacally. In the end he had caused a phenomenon. Virtuous Ruoxue, the Star Master muttered. The others did not understand. The Star Master was shocked. Only those who have achieved great enlightenment can reach the realm of virtuous water. The headmaster has been crazy for so many years because he saw the past through stargazing deck. He was unable to let go of the past, which led to his mental disorder. However, this is also a form of tempering. Now the headmaster has achieved great enlightenment and broken through to the half-ancestor realm, allowing him to see through the world. How do you know? Old Kai did not understand. No one answered him, and everyone looked at the crazy headmaster. He was no longer laughing, and he simply stood at the center of the endless water pillar, drowning in the sea of memories. In Astral 10, the old half-ancestor woman retracted her aura and headed in a certain direction. She knew that the commotion here would definitely attract the attention of those in the wasteland, and she no longer wanted to destroy stargazing deck. She wanted to leave. The crazy headmaster in outer space gave her an indescribable chill, as if this person was a threat to her. He had clearly just undergone his tribulation. No, he had not even undergone his tribulation, and he had even caused a phenomenon. This was the first time she had seen such a strange cultivator, so it was best for her to leave as soon as possible. You're a guest from afar. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? A gentle voice resounded through the heavens and into everyone's ears. The old woman stopped and turned around. In outer space, a pair of clear eyes were looking at her. They were very calm as the Dead Sea. Old Kai and the others all looked in the old woman's direction. A ruthless glint flashed across the old woman's eyes. You've just become a half-ancestor, yet you want to stop me? I advise you to behave yourself. Otherwise, even if you're lucky enough to pass your tribulation, you won't be able to live past today. She then turned to leave. The crazy headmaster remained calm. He raised his left hand and flicked his finger. His fingertip traversed the distance and touched a water pillar. A drop of water shot out and appeared behind the old woman in the blink of an eye. The old woman was furious. You're courting death. Rings appeared and pressed down on the crazy headmaster. It was not just the crazy headmaster. She instantly released her inner world, intending to destroy all of Astral 10. She did not hesitate to flee into the distance. She could ignore the people here, but she could not ignore the above heaven sect in Zhou Xian. She did not realize that the drop of water had no effect whatsoever. It passed through the rings and landed on the old woman's back. Drip. The sound of flowing water rang out. It was so clear and pleasant to the ears. Even the old woman herself felt that it was pleasant to hear. Then her gaze became confused and she stopped moving. However, her body continued to move forward under the inertia of rushing out. No one stopped her. Director. The Sand Master could not help but shout. The crazy headmaster retracted his gaze, and the rings that the old woman had released suddenly disappeared as if they had never existed. Everyone, you've worked hard over the past few years. Old Kai and the others were delighted. Director, you've awakened? The director has awakened. The director has awakened. In Astral 10, the mentors and students cheered. The Rain Master and the others were still worried. The director had occasionally awakened over the past few years, so who knew if he would suddenly go crazy again? Furthermore, what had just happened? The crazy headmaster slowly descended. The Rain Master and the others subconsciously surrounded him and stared at him. The crazy headmaster smiled and looked around. Calm the students down first. We'll talk about my matters later. He then turned to look at the sky. I'm finally here. Lu Yin had arrived outside of Astral 10, and he was still carrying the half-ancestor old woman in his hand. Slowly descending, Lu Yin looked at the crazy headmaster. Director? The crazy headmaster smiled. Have you thought it through, kid? Are you willing to leave your name behind? Lu Yin was delighted. Director, you've really recovered? The crazy headmaster smiled, and his gaze landed on the old woman in Lu Yin's hand. Why are you bringing her up? She's just a shell. Lu Yin released his grip and the old woman fell to the ground. Her eyes were dazed and she looked like an infant who had never seen the world. Saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth and she could not control her body. Old Kai and the others felt a chill run down their spines, and they looked at Lu Yin as if he was a pervert. Lu Yin shrugged. Don't look at me. It was the director who did this. I just brought her here. The others looked at the crazy headmaster. The crazy headmaster said, she brought this upon herself. She had the chance to leave but she didn't want to. So be it. Lu Yin sighed. Director, you entered the half-progenitor realm by chance and you were able to deal with a half-progenitor with a wave of your hand. This junior is amazed by your ability, and this junior congratulates you on your rebirth. We also congratulate you on your rebirth, the Rainmaster and the others said sincerely. The crazy headmaster exhaled and bowed deeply to the crowd. Xiaochen, thank you for your company, and thank you even more for your help in Wujiang. The old woman had been completely crippled, and Lu Yin had left her for Astral 10 to deal with. He had rushed over because he wanted to protect Astral 10's stargazing deck. Fortunately, the headmaster had erupted at the last moment, or else he would not have been able to deal with Bai Xianer. The four-way scales could not be underestimated as they had still managed to find out how Lu Yin had dealt with Bai Xianer. However, Lu Yin did not care anymore. He could see hope for the fifth mainland's rise from the ashes of Elder Chan and the crazy headmaster. Every era of the human race produced geniuses. There had been the 3 realms and 6 Daoists during the Above Heaven sect era, and there had been the 9 mountains and 8 seas during the Daoist sect era. Other eras had definitely produced powerhouses like the Desolate Ancestor who had not been famous, but had been unrivaled throughout the universe. The current era was even more flourishing. Hen Xen and the other Elders of Heaven's Gate from the Above Heaven sect era, the crazy headmaster Elder Chan and Lu Yin. As long as there was enough time, the 10 arbiters would be able to grow. Chapter 2468. What Lu Yin lacked the most right now was time, but Elder Chan's ancestral breaker had given him some hope. So what if the 4 scales didn't agree? The 5th mainland was not their place to decide. Lu Yin picked up the call. Dao disciple, this is Astral 1. Lu Yin asked, was stargazing deck destroyed? The 4 scales did it. The emissary who destroyed stargazing deck self-immolated and left no evidence behind. It doesn't matter, don't worry about it, Lu Yin said. He didn't really care, but stargazing deck's destruction was a fact that he couldn't change. All he could do now was protect Astral 10's stargazing deck. A bead has appeared beneath stargazing deck's ruins. Lu Yin was confused. Bead? What bead? It's just a bead. It looks very ordinary, just like a normal bead. The only difference is that it's the only thing left behind from stargazing deck's destruction. I've already contacted the other academies and they've all left behind a bead. Wait for me, Lu Yin said to the crazy headmaster and then headed towards the other academies. He now understood why stargazing deck could trigger fate and see the river of time. He had found a bead that was definitely related to fate, but he had never heard of fate having a bead. Hold on, Lu Yin's pupils shrank. The Starsibyl sect's master Mr. Zhu. Lu Yin moved quickly and quickly arrived at Astral 2, the closest academy to Astral 10. However, he saw a sea of blood that was scarlet and steaming. A group of pale-faced students and mentors surrounded it. Lu Yin tore through the void and walked out. What's going on? He had been to Astral 2 before and he was now standing in the direction of Stargazing Deck. He had expected Stargazing Deck to be destroyed, but that was only the destruction of the building and the death of the Starmaster. However, this sea of blood had clearly killed countless people. When Lu Yin appeared, a mentor from Astral 2 walked out and respectfully reported, Dao disciple president, the president is dead. Even the mentors and students who came to rescue us are dead, including Han Chong from the Han family. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. How did they die? I don't know. Everyone in this area is dead. All that's left is a sea of blood. There aren't even corpses. Lu Yin's expression changed and he stepped into the void once again, heading towards the other academies. Astral 1, Astral 4, Astral 6 and so on. Aside from Astral 10, the other academies were all the same, and there was a certain area that had become a death zone. It wasn't necessarily the Blood Sea or the Stargazing Deck, but there was one thing they all had in common, the bead's location. The headmaster left with the bead he obtained from Stargazing Tower. I saw it with my own eyes, but Astral One's mentor was grief-stricken. By the time I turned around, the headmaster's body had already been smashed to smithereens. There wasn't even a corpse left. I didn't see who did it. There were a total of 10 astral combat academies. Astral 3 had been destroyed during the 6th Mainland's invasion, and the stargazing deck had fallen into the hands of the 6th Mainland. The other 9 academies had not suffered too many losses, but just now all 9 of their deans had died. Even though no one had seen it, the sea of blood that had been left behind at the scene was proof enough. Not only the deans themselves but everyone who had been around them or had been looking at them had all died. Throughout the entire 9 academies, no one knew how they died or who killed them. The 4-way scales. Impossible. Their goal had only been to destroy Stargazing Tower, not to start a war. This kind of thing was too vile, and once it was proven that the 4-way scales had killed them, a war would definitely break out. Lu Yin believed in the 4-way scales. The scales weren't that stupid. Besides, they had already destroyed Stargazing Tower, so there was no need to kill the deans. It was meaningless. The everlasting race. That was possible, but Lu Yin took a step forward and headed to Astral 10. He was afraid that something would happen to Astral 10, but he also hoped that Astral 10 would suffer an unknown attack that would negate his terrifying guess. When he returned to Astral 10, he saw that the crazy headmaster had changed completely. He was no longer in his sloppy clothes and he looked refined with a ruddy complexion. His gaze was gentle, but beneath that gentleness was a fierce killing intent that could strike lightning bolts. Who did it? You already know? The deans of the Astral Combat Academies have all died. How could this be hidden? Have you found out who did it? The Rain Master asked. Old Kai and the rest were solemn, which was a rare sight. Lu Yin did not answer and instead asked, "Is everything all right here? What could happen with the headmaster here?" The Sandmaster asked. Everyone looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's heart sank. Was it really as he had guessed? The ones who had killed the deans might not have been humans or the Eternals but rather fate. Their deaths all had one thing in common. They had encountered the bead that had been left behind at Stargazing Tower. Bead, Mr. Bead, the Starsibyl sect and fate. What was the connection between all of these? Lu Yin went to Stargazing Tower and contacted the Lady of Fate and Skyminder, asking them to come over. Bead. The Lady of Fate cried out in astonishment. Lu Yin stared at her. You know about it? The Lady of Fate replied, Master does have a string of beads, but they're just decorations and can't even be considered a power vessel. What kind of beads are they? One bead at a time, Lu Yin answered. The Lady of Fate almost blurted out nonsense, but she held herself back. What do I mean? Lu Yin frowned. He didn't know either. He had set off immediately after receiving the headmaster's call. Everything had happened in an instant, and even he hadn't been able to react in time. Tell me what you know about the beads. The Lady of Fate recalled. Master wore a string of beads on his wrist for many years. I saw it when I followed him. From the time I followed him until I was sealed in ice, the string went from 13 to 11 beads. Master gave away 2 of them to others. One was given to a child, and the other was given to the Lu family as a congratulatory gift for Lu Tianyi becoming a Dao disciple. Lu Yin raised his brows. Given to the Lu family? To whom? Ancestor Tianyi? The Lady of Fate shook her head. I don't know who he gave it to. Master only said that it was given to the Lu family, and I personally delivered it to the direct descendants of the Lu family. It either ended up in the hands of the Lu family's ancestor or Lu Tianyi. That's all I know about that string of beads. There's nothing special about it. What about the other child? Skyminder suddenly asked. The Lady of Fate replied, I don't know why that child was favored by Master. I've asked, but Master didn't tell me. What kind of child? Skyminder was curious. The Lady of Fate glanced at him, and the white clouds around her intentionally blocked his line of sight. Skyminder felt uncomfortable. I've never seen him before and Master didn't tell me either. He only said that it was a child. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. He wasn't afraid of the 4 cardinal scales using force or using underhanded methods, but he was afraid that fate would be involved. Fate was too strange and he had just seen the future. That scene had been too shocking and now a murder had occurred because of a fate item. This was a serious case that had to be investigated. Once it was investigated, it would definitely involve fate. What was even more vexing was that fate had given the beads to the Lu family. He didn't know how the Lu family had viewed fate back then, but if it had been him he would have definitely tossed the beads far away. This matter concerned fate and he couldn't even ask Little Sher for help. He was afraid that fate would implicate Little Sher. Skyminder, check the beads. Lu Yin casually tossed the Book of Destiny to Skyminder Daoist. Skyminder caught it and began flipping through it. The Lady of Fate stared at it, but it was difficult for her to see anything. She could only read the words after being nourished by the Xiantian mirror for a long time. In the astral tree realm, news of the crazy headmaster's breakthrough had already spread. At the same time, news of Lu Yin's appearance and the deaths of the academy heads had also spread. The 4 cardinal scales attack on Stargazing Tower was not something that could be done in a single day. They had set up a backup plan to prevent themselves from being destroyed in the future. In the end it could be considered a success. Stargazing Tower was almost completely destroyed, but it could also be considered a failure. Astral 10 could not be destroyed and even the hidden backup plan could not bypass the crazy headmaster and destroy Stargazing Tower. Even the old half-ancestor could not do anything, and the 4 cardinal scales could not arrange for 2 half-ancestors to act. In reality only the envoys had acted against Stargazing Tower. Only Astral 10 was special because Astral 10 had defeated Xiaomeng. This matter had been investigated by the 4 cardinal scales, so they had sent a half-ancestor just to be on the safe side. Who would have thought that even a half-ancestor would be useless? Now, Bai Wang Yuan and the others were not only concerned about Stargazing Tower, but also the crazy headmaster. Is this for real? You can't be seeing things, right? Something happened to the astral source universe, but he still managed to break through 2 origin tribulations? That's impossible. The dragon ancestor was shocked. Wang Fan added, that's right. It takes a very long time to go from an 8th stage tribulation origin to a half-ancestor. This person hasn't even absorbed an 8th stage tribulation origin astral root, so how could he have succeeded? Bai Wang Yuan's eyes flickered. A heavenly phenomenon is already unusual. Who in our era could cause a heavenly phenomenon to descend? Xiaoshang and Kujia. The mist ancestor's voice rang out. The 3 looked over and saw the mist ancestor descend. I knew that nothing good would come out of the 3 of you gathering together. You know about it too. Wang Fan was astonished. The mist ancestor sneered. Are you the only ones who have the ability to gather information about the 5th mainland? You should know about that madman breaking through to the half-ancestor level, right? The mist ancestor's expression was solemn. Crossing the existent realm to the incorporeal realm and then using the incorporeal realm to break through to the existent realm. This is a person who has achieved great enlightenment. The 5th mainland is very fortunate to have such a person. Back then only Xiaoshang and Kujia saw a heavenly phenomenon. That Lu Shaoxian fellow should have experienced one as well. This person is definitely not ordinary. Wang Fan continued, it's a pity that he didn't pass the 3 stages so he'll never reach the ancestor realm. The mist ancestor rolled his eyes. Who said that? Giving him the tribulation crystal pillar might not be impossible. Give the 3 of you your contribution points. Having 1 more ancestor is good for us. That idiot Xiaoxinji was dumped and you guys tricked Lu Yu to death. We don't have enough manpower. Lu Shaoxian also forced Madman Lu to leave. Why didn't you say that? Madman Lu might very well be read back. Even if he isn't, given his personality, who knows if he won't attack his own people. He's someone who dares to attract an origin tribulation. If he succeeded he would have dragged the entire top realm down with him. Are you not worried about someone like that? That's not a reason for Lu Shaoxian to force him to leave. Nonsense, I don't care about you guys anymore. I'll go take a look at this strange person. The mist ancestor headed towards the 5th mainland. Chapter 2469. The dragon ancestor replied, if this person has broken through 3 stages, then he's definitely worth paying attention to. There's no need to worry about him for now, but he's definitely not an ordinary half-ancestor. Bai Wang Yuan watched as the mist ancestor left. There was only 1 stargazing tower left. What a pity. On the 5th mainland, Bu Tian flipped through the Book of Destiny for half a day before shaking his head. There's nothing about the bead. There are many records of beads here, but none of them have anything to do with Stargazing Tower. Investigate the Starsibyl sect and Mr. Zhu, Lu Yin said. The Fate Maiden was confused. Mr. Zhu? He's already dead. Lu Yin didn't even look at her. Investigate. As long as he could connect the dots, he would investigate. Bu Tian didn't dare to hesitate. He had been wary of Lu Yin in the past, but he wasn't afraid. He had thought that he could help Lu Yin, so he had acted calmly. However, after seeing the books of destiny converge, he had felt fear from the bottom of his heart. This person was even willing to betray the humans, so what else could he not do? Thankfully, he was an astral beast and not a human, or else he would already be dead. He's still alive. Bu Tian exclaimed. The Fate Maiden was shocked. Impossible, he was already dead when I found the Starsabil sect. Lu Yin's expression sank. Location. Bu Tian shook his head. I can't find anything. I've played against Mr. Zhou many times. When the human domain and the astral beast domain were at war, we were also playing chess. Since the Book of Destiny was in my possession, I didn't think much of Mr. Zhou. However, I didn't underestimate him either. I've investigated him before and he should have died. You don't suspect that the bead is related to this Mr. Zhou, do you? The Fate Maiden asked in shock. Lu Yin sneered. Even black holes have intelligence and can fight. There's nothing impossible in this universe. Bu Tian, investigate. Find out where he is. Then I'll fight him. Bu Tian released his grip and the Book of Destiny floated into the air. He used the Xiantian mirror and used his destiny law against Mr. Zhou. Lu Yin was familiar with this scene, as he had seen the Fate Maiden use her destiny law against Bu Tian before. The power of destiny was always mysterious. Just as Bu Tian was about to attack, the Book of Destiny suddenly dropped. He frowned. He's dead again. What do you mean? The Fate Maiden was surprised. Mr. Zhou is dead again. Lu Yin stared at her. Is there anything else about the Pearl of Destiny that you're hiding from me? The Lady of Fate swore. Absolutely not. I always thought that it was something that Master liked. It's useless. Lu Yin was displeased. Why did this woman have such a shallow understanding of fate? So much for being fate's inheritor. With this thought in mind, she grabbed Heaven Mending, tore through the void and left. Fate Daughter's face flushed red. In the era of the above heaven, who would dare to speak to her in such a manner? She had even dared to hunt down Lu Bujing, and as the successor of fate, her status was no lower than that of an ordinary progenitor no matter where she went. She was incomparably arrogant, but now she had actually been berated in such a manner. She gritted her teeth, snorted, and then headed in the direction of the Starsabil sect. What was up with that Mr. Zhou? The only way she could find out more was through Starsabil. She had been too careless, as she had assumed that with her status and strength, no one would dare to deceive her. Thus she had never investigated Mr. Zhu's death, nor had she divined it. But now it seemed that there was definitely a problem. She had better not find out that Starsabil had lied to her, or else. Lu Yin brought Bu Tian to the Neoverse to look for Xianxia. At this point, Lu Yin had no intention of hiding anything. The frequent appearance of the power of fate had already made him uneasy, and this uneasiness was far greater than the 4 cardinal scales. Furthermore, Bu Tian even knew that Lu Yin would betray the humans and join the Eternals in the future, so there was no need to hide anything from him. Of course, the Death God's Madra was a must. It had been planted in Bu Tian's body, and it could control his life and death at any time. Xianxia had a giant mushroom head, and he stared at Lu Yin and Bu Tian in confusion. Brother Lu. Lu Yin looked at Xianxia and his gaze landed on the book in his hand. Lend me your book. Xianxia handed it over. Bu Tian had just arrived when his gaze was drawn to the book, as it was exactly the same as the Book of Destiny that he had. Daozi, what's this? The Book of Destiny. Lu Yin took the book and handed it over to Bu Tian. Combine the 2 books and see if you can find anything. Bu Tian gulped, and his gaze towards Lu Yin grew even more fearful. He finally understood why Lu Yin had been able to confirm so many things. Lu Yin had long since grasped a Book of Destiny. But that didn't seem right. He looked at Xianxia, as this person did not seem like someone who had grasped the Book of Destiny. You know the Xiantian mirror? Xianan what? Xianxia was at a loss. Bu Tian wanted to say something, but Lu Yin interrupted him. He doesn't know anything. Hurry up and investigate. Bu Tian did not dare delay, and he copied by Xian'er's actions. The 2 books of destiny floated in the air and slowly combined together. He immediately used the Xiantian mirror, But the previous scene of the two books merging did not appear. There were no abnormalities around him. Butian was helpless. Bai Xian'er is right. If you want the books of destiny to merge, you have to use the Xiantian mirror. She's the only one in this era who knows the Xiantian mirror. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Since the two books can merge, that means that nothing has changed. Just flip through them. Butian nodded and flipped open the book of destiny, but it was completely blank. He was stunned. I can't see the words. Lu Yin was astonished. You can't see them? Butian nodded. Aren't there words? Xianxia carefully moved over. Butian suddenly looked at Xianxia. You can see the words. Xianxia nodded, but he was still afraid of Butian and hid behind Lu Yin. Butian stared at him blankly. This person could see the words. How? If even he couldn't see them, then who was this person? You can leave for now, Lu Yin said to Butian. Butian hesitated for a moment before slowly walking out of the library. Lu Yin looked at Xianxia seriously. You can really see the words? Xianxia nodded. Brother Lu, I can see the words all the time. Lu Yin had actually looked into Xiaoxi's situation. Back then, both Skyminder and Fate's daughter had said that the only person who could see the words of the Book of Destiny without cultivating the Xiantian mirror was Destiny. He had started investigating at that time, but everything was normal. Xiaoxi's background and ancestry were clear as day. He had never had anything to do with the Starsabil sect, and he had never displayed any special powers. No matter what he did, he couldn't find any clues related to Destiny. Even so, Butian and Fate's daughter had confirmed that such a person was Destiny. Lu Yin still couldn't figure out the situation. Ever since those people from the above heaven era had awakened, more and more mysteries had been waiting for him to solve. However, now was not the time to think about these things. Help me investigate the Pearl of Destiny. Xiaoxia grunted and began flipping through the Book of Destiny. Lu Yin had never asked Xiaoxia to investigate anything related to Destiny before, as he had been afraid that he would attract the attention of Destiny and affect it. However, he had no choice now. No, Xiaoxia replied, and the results were the same as Butian's. Starsabil's sect, Mr. Pearl. Dead, Xiaoxia replied. Lu Yin frowned, but the results were the same. He continued. He had asked Xiaoxia to investigate a few things that might be related to Destiny, but the results were either none or the results were what everyone else could find. Destiny was like a layer of fog, and the Book of Destiny might be the key, but it wasn't meant to be used like this. Xiantian mirror, Lu Yin said. Xiaoxia flipped through the Book of Destiny. There is. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Write it down. Xiaoxia was put in a difficult position and stared at the pages for a long time before finally replying, Brother Lu, I can't write it down. I can understand these words, but I forget them as soon as I look away. Lu Yin was disappointed. As expected, Destiny wasn't that easy to cultivate. Right, you can cultivate it. Cultivate what? See the Xiantian mirror, Lu Yin said. Xiaoxi's mouth fell open. I'm really bad at cultivation. Don't worry, you'll get twice the results with half the effort if you cultivate this. Regardless of Xiaoxi's relationship with Destiny, there had to be a conclusion. Sometimes, many things couldn't be stopped just by stopping them. If Xiaoxia really was Destiny, then it would be too easy for him to cultivate the Xiantian mirror, and he might not even need the Book of Destiny. Rather than that, it would be better for Xiaoxia to cultivate under Lu Yin's supervision. Xiaoxia was put in a difficult position. He didn't want to cultivate and only wanted to quietly read in the library. Lu Yin patted Xiaoxi's shoulder. Brother Lu promises that as long as you succeed, I'll help you promote Mushroom Head throughout the universe. Xiaoxia was delighted. Really? Lu Yin nodded. Really? All right, I'll work hard and not disappoint Brother Lu. Xiaoxia was excited. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief when he saw how excited Xiaoxia was. He didn't know if this was the right thing to do. Even though man could conquer the heavens, and even though he was sure that he definitely had a way to overcome the illusory fate, wasn't this step he'd taken now a path to overcoming fate as well? Xiaoxia only hoped that he wasn't Destiny. No, even if he was Destiny, it was fine as long as he stayed true to his heart. Can you find the Xiantian mirror? Lu Yin asked. Xiaoxia nodded. Yes. Then let's cultivate together. Xiaoxia pursed his lips and was very reluctant. Yes. Check the poison of time. Didn't you already check it before? Xiaoxia was puzzled. Check it again, Lu Yin said. The two books of destiny had merged and the answers might not be the same. Xianxia flipped through the book of destiny and his eyes lit up. Someone raised a sword and stabbed it into the ground. Lu Yin subconsciously looked at the book of destiny but it was blank. Who? Xianxia didn't know how to describe it. Lu Yin raised a hand and used his star energy to draw an image. Xianxia was excited. Yes, it's him. He raised a sword and stabbed it into the ground. Lu Yin sighed. It really was the progenitor. The progenitor had stabbed the progenitor's sword into the ground. The only thing that could be connected to the poison of time in this image was the act of removing it. The progenitor's sword could remove the poison of time, which also explained why the progenitor's sword had been left behind on all 6 continents. The poison of time had definitely appeared during the above heaven era. If the poison of time had appeared at that time, then why hadn't the progenitor attacked the Eternals? With the above heaven era's power, dealing with the Eternals shouldn't have been a problem. Quite a few of the 7 sky gods had come from the above heaven era. Something must have happened during that era that had caused the continents to shatter and the sects to be destroyed. The Book of Destiny was like the answer to the universe's riddles, waiting to be read. Chapter 2470. Xianxia enjoyed being asked questions, as this allowed him to read the Book of Destiny purposefully. Lu Yin also had many questions that he wanted answers to. Help me investigate the 3 monarchs space-time. Xianxia grunted and started flipping through the pages. Nope. Lu Yin understood. Destiny belonged to this space-time, and the Book of Destiny that she had left behind could not be used to investigate other spacetimes. Investigate the Tao Lord. Xianxia flipped through the pages. There are quite a few people. 6. Only the images of the characters? Yes. Lu Yin pondered. Investigate the secrets that only the Tao Lord knows. Xianxia started flipping through the pages. Nope. Nope. Was there no record of destiny or did she not know? Right, Lu Yin suddenly thought of something. Investigate Taiching City. Xianxia flipped through the pages and suddenly, the pages flipped rapidly as a wisp of flame rose up and burned Xianxia. Xianxia screamed and retreated. Lu Yin raised a hand and tried to extinguish the flame with his astral source, but it was useless. This wisp of flame did not seem to belong to this space. It burned the Book of Destiny but it did not affect this spacetime at all. Xiaoxi's hand was not injured either. Thing. Lu Yin barked. Butian rushed in and was shocked to see the Book of Destiny being burned. He quickly used the Xiantian mirror to attack. At the same time in the astral tree realm, Bai Xian'er's eyes flew open as the Book of Destiny in her bosom burned. She paled. What's going on? She then attacked at the same time. The Xiantian mirror attacked the wisp of flame across the astral tree realm and the 5th mainland. The wisp of flame seemed to come from an indescribable height, and Lu Yin could not even touch it. It was like a calamity that targeted the Book of Destiny. In a corner of the 5th mainland, 9 black beads floated in front of a figure. If Lu Yin had been here he would have recognized this person as the supposedly dead Mr. Zhu. The 8 beads in front of him were the ones from the stargazing tower. There were a total of 8 beads. Astral 3's stargazing tower had been stolen by the 6th mainland, and Astral 10's stargazing tower had remained untouched. When the Book of Destiny burned, Mr. Zhu was annoyed. Who dares to investigate a level that even Destiny doesn't dare to touch? The 8 beads revolved around him as he used Destiny's law. 3 different regions, 3 different people, but they all had the same goal in mind, using the law of fate. Only the laws of fate could affect the object of fate, and the wisp of flame that was attached to the object of fate could only be extinguished by the laws of fate. Lu Yin watched as the Book of Destiny continued to burn. He couldn't even touch this flame but it felt like déjà vu. He suddenly remembered the torches he had seen in the Legacy of the Mountains and Seas. Those flames were so hot that they could burn him to ashes. Was this flame the same as that one? Lu Yin stared at the burning Book of Destiny and raised his hand again, but he still couldn't touch it. He refused to believe that he couldn't touch the Book of Destiny. Big brother Lu, don't touch it. Little Shur was afraid. Lu Yin was also afraid and his fingers shrank back. Would he be reduced to ashes if he touched it? At this point the flames clearly weakened and Lu Yin looked at Butian. Butian's forehead was covered in sweat. Several strands of fate law are working together. The flames are about to be extinguished. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Since Butian and the others could use the laws of fate to extinguish the flames, That meant that the power of this flame wasn't that great. It was just that its level was too high and he couldn't touch it. If he could, then did that mean that he could touch this level of power? When he thought about this, he became even more tempted. Regardless of why this flame had appeared, or whether it was because someone didn't want the 3 words, Immemorial City, to be discovered, Lu Yin really wanted to obtain this flame. He began to try and memorize the primogenitor's scripture. As long as there was something he couldn't solve, he would be able to solve it. However, it was useless this time and he still couldn't touch the flame. He released power from his heart where there was also fates and was also an object of fate, and he hoped that he could touch the flame. Unfortunately, he still failed. From another perspective, if the fates allowed him to touch the flame, then that meant that the flame could burn the fates, and which would also harm him. Death energy was useless. Visualization was useless. It was as if the flame didn't exist. It was clearly burning, but he couldn't touch it. This feeling was very stifling, as if there was a hand controlling him, but he couldn't resist. The flame grew weaker and weaker until there was only a small flame left. Lu Yin reached out and spun the die. 1 point meant no use. Continue. 3 points meant no use. Continue. Just as the flame was about to completely disappear, the die stopped at 5. Lu Yin reached for the Book of Destiny. He had no other choice. He had already thought of everything he could think of, and the only thing left was his innate gift. His hand touched the Book of Destiny and the flame vanished. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief from afar, as that flame had terrified him. Only then did Wuxia react. That wisp of flame had drenched his back. Even though it did not burn him, just looking at it made him feel fear. He felt like an ant when he was being looked down upon by someone from a higher level. Lu Yin pulled his hand back and looked at the die. He saw that there was an image of a flame on the die's side, and he was delighted that he had obtained it. Although he didn't know how powerful this flame was or where it came from, if it could be used by 5, then it proved that it was an innate gift. Then whose innate gift could it be? That person had to be extremely terrifying, so terrifying that they could burn the Book of Destiny. There was a thump as the Book of Destiny fell to the ground. Almost half of it had burned and the one book had split into 2. Xianxia wailed, "Why is it broken?" It's over. This is a book from the library. They're going to scold us." Wuxia glanced at Xianxia. Was that the problem? This was the Book of Destiny and this guy could even see words. Could it really be fate? He recalled Lu Yin's previous question, and he had wondered why Lu Yin had asked about being able to see words without cultivating the Xiantian mirror. So it was because of this person. Lu Yin waved his hand, and the books of destiny on the ground floated up and split between Wuxia and Xianxia. "See if you can still see words." Xianxia hurriedly flipped through the pages and Wuxia took a deep breath as well. After a while the two looked at each other. "There's no more words." Lu Yin was disappointed. Was it still burned? At that moment the wireless goo vibrated. He glanced over and saw that it was by Xianxia. She was one of the people who had attacked. What happened to her Book of Destiny? Lu Yin didn't want to answer the call, but he was really curious. "What is it? What did you find out?" Bai Xianxia asked in a low voice. Lu Yin replied, "It's none of your business." Bai Xianxia frowned. "Brother Little Xian, the universe is too big. Even a progenitor might not understand everything. There are some things that only progenitors have the right to know. Trying to know too early will only bring disaster." "What happened to your Book of Destiny?" Lu Yin asked. Bai Xianxia replied, "It's burned." Lu Yin looked at Xianxia and Wuxia. One was dejected while the other was expressionless, but they probably hated him to death. There was nothing he could do. Who would have thought that the Book of Destiny would be destroyed in Chaitai City? He wanted to learn more from it. "Can it be repaired?" Lu Yin asked. Bai Xianxia replied, "It can't be repaired unless fate appears. It's her power vessel and only she has the ability to repair it." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. "That's right, it's a power vessel." He looked at his cosmic ring. If the progenitor's sword could be repaired, why couldn't the Book of Destiny? Although the Book of Destiny was mystical, the progenitor's sword couldn't be any weaker. 1 trillion was enough to repair the progenitor's sword, and another trillion should be enough to repair the Book of Destiny. He felt much better when he thought of this. If it can't be repaired, then it can't be repaired. There are some things that aren't good to know in advance. Lu Yin's tone relaxed, but it was especially grating to Bai Xianxia's ears. A single book of destiny can't reveal the truth about how to burn an item of destiny. Brother Zhou Xian, you have 2 books of destiny. Lu Yin denied. You're overthinking it. 1 book can't do it. I told you that you're overthinking it. How can I have 2 books? Even if I did, it's useless. I burned them all. Bai Xian'er was helpless. Yes, they were all burned. Ever since she was born, she had believed that she could control many things, including Lu Xiaoxian, the Lu family, her ancestors Bai Wangyuan, and even the entire astral tree. She was confident that she could control everything. Even if Lu Yin cultivated again, it wouldn't be enough to make her lose her composure. However, this was the first time she felt like she couldn't control anything. That flame couldn't be extinguished without the power of destiny, and she hadn't expected Lu Yin to have 2 books of destiny. What was even harder to accept was that her book of destiny had been burned, which was equivalent to cutting off her vision. It was like a normal person suddenly losing their sight. Bai Xian'er didn't know what to do. Lu Yin didn't know how much damage he had done to Bai Xian'er in the past, but he was sure that she had suffered a great loss when her book of destiny was burned. In comparison, burning 2 books at the same time was worth it. Lu Yin hung up. Even if the books of destiny couldn't be repaired, he was still satisfied. He had gotten his small revenge. Oh no, I'm going to be scolded. Xiaoxia was still wailing. Lu Yin pursed his lips. All right, I won't be scolded. I'll say goodbye to Senior Qingping. Xiaoxia nodded. The Xiantian mirror's cultivation method is gone, and so is Mushroom Head's promotion. He looked at Lu Yin with tears in his eyes, looking wronged. Lu Yin was speechless. No one would be able to stand being stared at like this by a man. I'll help you promote it, okay? Xiaoxia was delighted. Really? Thank you, Brother Lu. Butian's eyelids twitched. That was it. The Book of Destiny was burned and it was resolved just like that. Lu Yin looked at Butian. From now on, you'll stay here and teach Xiaoxia the Xiantian mirror. Butian was surprised. Me? Stay here? Lu Yin replied. I'll inform the Hall of Honor. You'll stay here and teach him. You can leave when he learns. With that, he left the library and headed towards Qingping's location. Chapter 2471. Elder Chan had partially retired, and he had been invited to the Shenwu continent by Lu Yin. Now the person in charge of this place was Senior Qingping. Ever since Senior Brother Qingping had broken through to the half-martial ancestor realm and returned, they had yet to see him. Thus they wondered how he was doing right now. Senior Brother, who is in charge of the Interstellar Arbitration Center now? Lu Yin and Qingping sat facing each other on a tree trunk. The current Senior Brother Qingping was somewhat different from before. He was less mysterious and more leisurely. His temperament was closer to that of Elder Chan. This was the change brought about by the difference in status. The former head inquisitor of the Interstellar Arbitration Institute was definitely not suitable to be in charge of the Hall of Honor. Muen, Qingping said. Lu Yin nodded. Presiding Judge Mun is very suitable. Qingping looked at Lu Yin. The astral source universe is undergoing a huge change. If too much time passes, the path of cultivation will eventually be replaced by technology. The signs of this happening are already very obvious. I know. Don't worry, it'll be over soon. Qingping was surprised. Can it be resolved? Lu Yin smiled. 70%. Qingping nodded and did not ask further. Senior Brother, the Heavenly Conference will be held in a month. Remember to be on time, Lu Yin said before leaving. This news was not only spread to Qingping, but also to the half-martial ancestors of the Fifth Mainland. At the same time, it was also spread to the Starry Sky Tree. However, this wasn't the only piece of news that reached the Starry Sky of Trees. There was another piece of news that really caught the attention of Bai Wangyuan and the others. Dao Lord. Dragon Ancestor was shocked. Wang Fan replied, that's right. According to the news from the Fifth Mainland, Lu Xiaoxian wants to call himself a Dao Master and remove himself from the role of Heaven's Envoy. What a joke, an emissary wants to call himself a Daoist Master, the Dragon Ancestor said disdainfully. Bai Wangyuan didn't mind at all. Let him be. Even if he's a Dao Master, so what if he's a progenitor? He's the one who reigns supreme in the wasteland and he's the one with the final say. However, once he calls himself a Dao Master, he'll have to pay a price. Even though we haven't been accepted by the Six Directions Society in recent years, we've never been ignored. To the Six Directions Society, the title, Dao Master, has a special meaning. If Zhou Xian wants to bear the responsibility, then let him. To by Wang Yuan and the others, the problem of the fifth mainland's astral source universe had not been resolved, and their cultivation civilization had been severed. No matter what Lu Yin claimed to be, it did not affect them. Under this premise, a month passed and the Heavens Conference was successfully held. The scale of this gathering in the heavens above this time was not as grand as it had been when he had become a Daoist. Even the cultivation of a half-martial ancestor was completely weakened, and he could only rely on his physical strength to cross the starry sky. As for the other cultivators, they were all in low spirits, and they could not see the magnificence of the heavens above it all. No one could understand why Lu Yin would call for a meeting at such a time. Furthermore, the rumor that Lu Yin wanted to call himself a Dao Lord had not only spread throughout the cosmic tree domain, but it had also spread throughout the fifth mainland, which had caused many to feel strange. What was the point of holding a heavenly meeting and becoming a Dao Lord if they did not solve the problem of the stellar source universe? Just for a mere reputation? More than one person had sought him out, but the answer they received was that the celestial meet would continue as usual. As for the rumors, he had never acknowledged them. He ascended the stairway step by step. There were cultivators on both sides of the stairway, all of them looking at him in confusion. Lu Yin stared at the primogenitor's statue, hoping that the Book of Destiny's answer could truly save this region of space-time. If it couldn't, then there was nothing else he could do. Did he really have to break through to the progenitor realm and change the world? It was just like how the Rune ancestor had brought about the Rune Path civilization, and how Gu Yizhi had created battle Qian domains. In the technocracy, the Xingkong corridor exited. A figure appeared. It was by Wang Yuan. After he appeared, he tore through the void and headed towards the above heaven sect. No one had been able to detect his arrival. Lu Yin walked step by step to the top of the above heaven sect, getting closer and closer to the primogenitor's statue. The two progenitors, Elder Chan and the blood progenitor, should be in front of the statue. However, Elder Chan had to oversee the Shenwu continent and could not come here. Thus, aside from Lu Yin, the closest person to the statue was the blood progenitor. Below him were Lu Bujing and the other half-progenitors, including Master Shan and the others. Even though they had severed their own cultivations and could not even maintain their half-progenitor cultivation, their status had not dropped. Lu Yin walked up to the primogenitor's statue and bowed before it. He then turned around and faced everyone else. At that moment, his image spread throughout the fifth mainland. However, it did not cause much of a commotion as no one was in the mood to be shocked by this scene. They were all hoping that the stellar source universe would return to normal so that they could continue cultivating. Does anyone not recognize me? This was the first thing Lu Yin said when he spoke. On the various planets of the fifth mainland, there were spacecraft after spacecraft, and there were even some vast lands. Everyone who saw this scene was confused as they did not understand what Lu Yin meant. Lu Yin's gaze swept across everyone. The above heaven sect has not only gathered the half-progenitors in front of me, but also the envoys and everyone who has seen me. Everyone on the fifth mainland who is under the above heaven sect's protection should know who I am. My name is Lu Yin and I've risen to prominence in this universe over the past few decades. I've participated in many battles and I've dealt with enemies one after another. You should all know who I am. Back then, when the heavens changed and powerful enemies invaded, who was the one who turned the tide? The outerverse eastern weaves were sent out and faced with the enemy's sharp claws. Who was the one who initiated the war? The Eternals slaughtered the universe, and who was the one who sealed the entrance? Who was the one who enlightened the universe, and who was the one who repelled the progenitors? It was me, and I'm standing here. Do you see me? I'm still standing here today. When they heard Lu Yin's words, everyone on the fifth mainland couldn't help but stare at the screen. In the Neoverse, Yaya's eyes were red. When the sixth mainland had invaded, the cosmic sea had been overturned, and her parents had died tragically. She had been left alone to survive, and she would never forget that moment of despair. She had met some people, and if not for Lu Yin, she might not have lived long enough to be discovered by the Hall of Honor. In the Outerverse, Elder Lohar clenched his fists. The war in Ironblood we've had been fought by the Great Eastern Alliance against the Astral Beast domain. How could they forget that? It was this young man who had turned the tide time and time again. He had narrowly escaped death time and time again, and he had saved countless lives. To many he was their faith. The Heavenly Master looked at Lu Yin with admiration. The Eternals had invaded, and the astral source universe had been devoured. Yes, this child had done everything he could to seal the entrance to the Starfall Sea, which had saved humanity's life. The Blood Ancestor nodded. It was Lu Yin who had pulled him back from the entrance to the Starfall Sea. Otherwise he would still be stuck outside the Starfall Sea. How could he have survived? Too many things had happened in the Fifth Mainland over the past few decades. Whether it was the Astral Combat Tournament, the intense battles in the Supreme Astral Tournament, or the battlefield of the Samsara Grinders, one person could be seen everywhere. Lu Yin. Whenever he appeared, any desperate situation would no longer seem hopeless. Everyone in the Fifth Mainland had experienced some sort of disaster, and every cultivator had experienced some sort of pain, but they had all managed to survive in the end. Countless people recalled the past, and when they saw Lu Yin's image on the screen, their eyes filled with hope. Those who had despaired and wanted to escape this region of space were filled with hope once more. Buin. The progenitor realm is the pinnacle of human cultivation. More than one progenitor has come to this region in the past. They wanted to enslave us and destroy us, but I defeated them all. With me around, what are you afraid of? Problems with the astral source universe? Trust me, it will be resolved. I, Lu Yin, guarantee that it will be resolved now and in the future. My name is Lu Yin, and I am the Fifth Mainland's Tao child. I walk on behalf of the heavens, and as long as I am willing, there is nothing that cannot be resolved. Why should you be afraid or depressed? Human history has never been smooth sailing, and this chapter will pass sooner or later. No one knows how many geniuses will be born during this period. Elites are born in favorable circumstances, and only in dire straits can heroes be born. I hope that in a few years or even a few decades, a group of people from this era will stand by my side. They will walk out of despair and bring humanity true hope. That day will definitely come. Why can't it be you? Do you all believe in me? This one sentence ignited the blood of countless people. One cultivator after another stood up and excitedly looked at the screen. In the above heaven, the dispirited cultivators cheered fervently. We do. We do. We believe in the Tao child. We believe that the Tao child can resolve this disaster. The Tao child is invincible. The Tao child is invincible. The Tao child is invincible. In outer space, Bai Wangyuan's expression turned ugly. He could hear countless voices calling out Lu Yin's name. This kid's rallying power in the abandoned wastelands was ridiculous. Even the Lu family had not had such great rallying power in the astral tree domain. What exactly had this kid done? It was as if he had become the faith of an entire generation. Suddenly, Bai Wangyuan thought of something, and he took a step forward to appear outside the above heaven. Outside the above heaven, the hellworm stared at where Bai Wangyuan had appeared and bared its fangs. The ancestral tortoise retracted its head and faced Bai Wangyuan with its butt. Lu Yin looked up. Indeed, the ancestral tortoise had arrived. He looked at the second Night King. The second Night King roared, "Tao child, you are no longer suitable to be a Tao child." Countless people fell silent as they stared at the second Night King. Was he rebelling? Lu Bujing and the rest were stunned. Had the second Night King gone mad? The second Night King shouted, "Only the title, Tao Master, is more suitable for you." Everyone's eyes widened and they all shouted, "Tao Master! Tao Master! Tao Master!" The Blood Ancestor was astonished. Tao Master? He knew that Lu Yin would definitely become a Tao Master in the future, but not now. Lu Bujing glanced at the second Night King and knew what was going on. The Fate Daughter frowned. The title, Tao Master, had actually appeared. "Shut up." A stern voice rang out through the heavens, exploding in everyone's ears. Everyone looked up and saw Bai Wangyuan walk out. His expression was gloomy as he stared at Lu Yin. "The title Tao Master is not up to you. Bai Wangyuan, are you trying to cause trouble in the above heaven?" The Blood Ancestor shouted. Bai Wangyuan stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked back at him. "Bai Wangyuan, are you provoking the above heaven?" Bai Wangyuan replied, "The Tao Master represents the entire Fifth Mainland, including the Astral Tree Realm. If you call yourself the Tao Master, the Astral Tree Realm will not agree." "Who asked for your opinion?" Kuei Luo shouted. Chapter 2472. Lu Bujing scolded, "The frigid Immortal sect wants to interfere with my Lu family's matters? Since ancient times, only my Lu family has been able to claim the title of Pathmaster. Bai Wangyuan frowned. He hadn't cared about Lu Yin claiming the title of Pathmaster, and he had even been looking forward to it. However, not long ago Bai Xianer had contacted him and told him that he had to stop Lu Yin from claiming the title. That title had a special meaning and there would always be variables. This was why he had come to stop Lu Yin. After arriving in this region and seeing countless people being riled up by Zhou Xian, he was certain that he could not allow this person to claim the title of Pathmaster. For some reason the title made him feel uneasy when it resounded in space. It was as if a lone lamp had been lit in the boundless ocean. Those two words were like a signal. Lu Yin stared at Bai Wangyuan. The main purpose of this meeting was to raise the morale of the Fifth Mainland, and he could not allow the cultivation inheritance to be severed just like that. Of course, his main goal was to use the progenitor's sword to cure the poison of time. However, if he failed, then what he had just said would come in handy and raise everyone's morale. If he succeeded, then what he had said would be the icing on the cake and his prestige would rise to another level. Besides that, there was another goal, and that was to test the waters. A Pathmaster's status seemed to be quite extraordinary. There were 6 paths in the 3 realms, and in the words of the Destiny Daughter, the 3 realms could never replace the 6 paths. Lu Yin wanted to see what was so special about the 6 paths and whether anyone in the Astral Tree realm knew about the Pathmaster's status. Bai Wangyuan's appearance made him certain that the title of Pathmaster was very special. There were people who did not want him to become one. The more they did not want it, the more he wanted to become the Pathmaster. He wanted to see who would stand up to stop him. Bai Wangyuan, look at the Fifth Mainland. With your progenitor's strength you can look at the entire Fifth Mainland. See if I want to become the Pathmaster or if they want me to. Lu Yin pointed at the sky. Do you think you can stop me? Pathmaster. Someone shouted. Following that, countless people shouted the same thing. Even with Bai Wangyuan's progenitor's aura, he could not stop them. Lu Yin had defeated countless powerful enemies on the Fifth Mainland, including progenitors. His existence gave the people of the Fifth Mainland a confidence that was close to faith. This confidence was something that not even the Lu family had been able to give. Bai Wangyuan was drowned in endless anticipation. He heard people's fanatical reverence for Lu Yin and saw excited faces. These people ignored him, an expert at the peak of human cultivation, and only looked at Zhou Xian. Bai Wangyuan had never experienced such a feeling before. If the Lu family had such control in the starry sky of trees, how could they have overthrown them? How could the main space help? Lu Yin raised his head. Bai Wangyuan, your 4-direction scale wants to control the humans, but your goal will always be to control them. You will never be able to reach that step. Bai Wangyuan looked at Lu Yin. In the dark sea there was a lone ship that faced a storm and a tsunami all by itself. That ship craved for help, so the sailor on the ship lit a lamp. He was very lucky as a bigger ship saw him and saved him. He thought that what awaited him was friendliness and food, but what awaited him was a feast of death. No one could survive that huge storm and there was no food or water. The only way to survive was to eat each other, and that sailor just so happened to be the source of food that allowed the others to survive. Zhou Xian, you lit that lamp and you brought the entire Fifth Mainland closer to the feast of death. Lu Yin looked at Bai Wangyuan in confusion. Where's the lamp? Bai Wangyuan solemnly replied, the Dao Master. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. He narrowed his eyes. Just the title of Dao Lord? Bai Wangyuan wasn't sure either. He had asked Bai Xianer, but she had said that she wasn't sure either. However, the title of Dao Master made him feel extremely uneasy. He knew that Bai Xianer cultivated the art of destiny, which was why he trusted her so much. He also believed that she would one day replace the Lu family and control the starry sky of trees. This time was no exception. Once Zhou Xian became the Dao Master, he would attract the attention of the main space just like the Lu family back then. Bai Wangyuan alone was far from being able to compare to the Lu family back then. Even the Lu family had been exiled, let alone Bai Wangyuan. He would invite trouble and be destroyed by the main space. This was what Bai Wangyuan wanted to see, but because of Bai Xianer's advice, he gave up on this idea and came to stop Zhou Xian. The title of Dao Master also made him feel uneasy. The universe is too big, so big that no one can say that they can live as they please. Ever since the era of the Above Heaven sect, all the Dao Lords have disappeared. Your Lu family's ancestor has been in seclusion all year round, and he didn't even appear when the Lu family was exiled. Only the third continent's ancient Tao Lord betrayed humanity. This is the fate of the 3 realms and 6 Daos, Bai Zhe said. This is the end of the 3 realms. Lu Yin obviously didn't believe Bai Wangyuan's words. If becoming the Tao Master was really disadvantageous to him, why would he stop it? However, he wasn't sure if Bai Wangyuan was trying to stop him from becoming the Tao Master or if he was trying to stop the changes that would happen to the 5th mainland. If it was the latter, then he would have to consider it carefully. When Xianxia and the others had first awakened, they had said that there was a secret that only the Tao Master knew. The Fate Maiden had also said that the 3 realms would never become the 6 realms. Lu Yin guessed that this had something to do with the progenitor's sword. Bai Wangyuan's words made him even more apprehensive. What was behind all of this? Tao Master. Tao Master. Tao Master. Countless voices continued to echo in Lu Yin's ears, and Bai Wangyuan couldn't stop the fervor of these people. Lu Yin looked up and saw many pairs of eyes staring at him. There were enlighters, envoys, half-ancestors and even progenitors. However, no matter how high these people's cultivations were, they were all looking at Lu Yin, waiting for his decision and following his lead. Why did he have to think so much? Why was he limited to just one title? Why did he care so much about Bai Wangyuan's words? After losing his memories, Lu Yin had gone from an ordinary cultivator to his current position. Most of the time he had relied on his fearlessness. No matter how vast the universe was or how dangerous the outside world was, humans were not pushovers that could be casually pushed around. During the era of the Above Heaven sect, humans had been able to achieve glory and prosperity, and they could do the same now. Was it because the higher Lu Yin climbed, the more things he cared about? Lu Yin laughed as he was thinking too much. There were many things that he didn't understand yet, and he was constantly worrying about them. In reality, it was meaningless. What did the title of Tao Master have to do with him? If he wanted to, then he could call himself a Tao Master. If he didn't want to, then so be it. Where was his destiny? What did his life have to do with him? Could she really plan for his future? If she could, then she would not be destiny but a primogenitor. The Eternals would not have reached their current level. Were the 3 realms and 6 Daos all dead? His master had once said that he might meet them in Immemorial City in the future. Was Progenitor Qin dead? Not necessarily, as Lu Yin had seen him in the burial garden. Even the mystery progenitor had been repelled by Progenitor Qin. Was the Rune progenitor dead? Then how did the Rune Dao civilization cover the universe? Was Kuzu dead? Was that so? As the saying went, when things reach an extreme they will move in the opposite direction. It was hard to imagine that Kuzu had died. His master was here and so were his senior brothers. All of the geniuses who had once illuminated the universe might not necessarily be dead. They might be watching him from somewhere, waiting for him. Right now Lu Yin seemed to be very lonely. In the entire 5th mainland, only Elder Chan could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. But looking down there were Lu Bujing Hen Xian Life Girl, Kue Luo High Sage Heavenly Master and so on. He was not alone. After thinking so much, he realized that there was no one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. No one could shoulder the future of humanity with him. In reality, it was not that there was no one, but that Lu Yin had not seen them yet. Bai Wangyuan had said that lighting this lamp would bring about a feast of death, but perhaps lighting this lamp would bring light instead. No one could be sure that the progenitor was dead, and the 3 realms and 6 Daos might not necessarily be dead either. The Lu family was still around, and progenitor Qin, Kuzu, the symbol progenitor and so on might all appear in the future. Since that was the case, what was Lu Yin afraid of? Yes, what was he worried about? What was there to be depressed about? The universe that he could see was limited, but humanity's future was limitless. There was a limitless future and anything could be resolved. Even if there was danger, it would not be his problem alone. Since when had he become so overcautious? Lu Yin suddenly looked up and scanned everyone. Path Master? It doesn't matter. The universe was silent as everyone looked at him. Bai Wangyuan stared at him as well. At this moment Lu Yin seemed to have changed. If you're willing, then so be it. If you're not, then so be it. I, Lu Yin, have led the 5th mainland to where it is today. Whether I'm a path master or not, the 5th mainland sky has always been supported by me. It was like this in the past and it is still like this now. He then retrieved the progenitor's sword from his cosmic ring. The moment the progenitor's sword appeared, a formless vibration extended out, and ripples rapidly spread out across the entire fifth mainland. They swept past the heavens above the sky sect, the caged Wrm, the ancestral turtle by Wang Yuan, and countless planets in outer space. In an instant they swept past the entire fifth mainland. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. What was that? Bai Wang Yuan was on guard. What was going on? He hurriedly sensed his own body, but he did not feel any changes. Lu Yin raised the progenitor's sword and pointed it at the sky. Only he could sense that the fifth mainland sky had changed. The progenitor's sword was trembling, and it was almost impossible to hold on to it. The ripples followed the sword's edge as it swept through outer space, stirring up the entire fifth mainland's peace. However, there were no changes and no one could sense any changes. My power has stabilized, Lan Xian said in shock as she looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. Next, the Elysium Heavenly Master Ke and the other half-ancestors also sensed that their power had stabilized. As half-ancestors, as long as their inner worlds were stable, they would be able to sense it. After the half-ancestors, it was the second Night King and the others who tried to absorb the astral source. In outer space, Bai Wang Yuan was stunned. Stabilized? This astral source universe had been restored? In a corner of the heavens above the sky sect, Wu Junxi's mouth was agape as he stared blankly. Then his legs went soft and he actually knelt down. He saw Lu Yin holding the sword and pointing it at outer space. He had instantly dispelled the poison of time and restored the order of space-time. That was the poison of time, the power of time. This person had actually stabilized it. God. He was a god that stood above all sovereigns. This was the heavens above the sky sect, and that person was the above the sky sect's god. Chapter 2473. On this day, countless people worshipped Lu Yin fervently, and many couldn't help but kneel down. The cultivators shouted themselves hoarse as their strength had been restored. When Lu Yin pointed his sword at the heavens, their strength had been restored. No one was more excited than the cultivators. Losing their strength was equivalent to losing their lives. Lu Yin had helped them recover their strength, which was equivalent to restarting their lives. If everything that Lu Yin had done before was enough to make them feel grateful and believe in him like a god, then at this moment, Lu Yin's image was completely solidified in their hearts. He was no longer just a god, he was truly a god. Everyone on the fifth mainland who saw this scene bowed in the direction of the above heaven sect and Lu Yin. No one could sense that the fifth continent was shaking. Even the starry sky of trees and the mother tree were shaking. No one could sense the shaking. Even Lu Yin himself did not sense it, but within his heart the continent formed from fates and was shaking at the same frequency as the fifth mainland. An indescribable depth appeared in the depths of his eyes. At this moment some changes occurred to the fifth mainland, but no one was aware of them. In the above heaven sect, the blood ancestor looked at Lu Yin with shock. That was it. The astral source universe had been a problem for many years, and they had thought that it would continue to be a problem. After all, this was a method of the Eternals and it would be too easy to resolve it. But it had been resolved just like that. Lu Bujing and the others had thought that they understood Lu Yin well, and they couldn't help but admire him. Under the illumination of the progenitor sword, he had become the fifth mainland's brightest star, and his image was engraved in countless people's minds. In outer space, Bai Wang Yuan was equally shocked. He looked at Lu Yin, but he couldn't even summon the desire to attack. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but rather that he didn't want to. He had forgotten everything and could only watch until Lu Yin stabbed the progenitor sword into the statue. Lu Yin gripped the progenitor sword and panted heavily. He slowly let go and turned his back to the crowd. Everyone could only look at his back, but they couldn't hide the fanaticism and worship in their eyes. Greetings, Headmaster. The second Night King bowed respectfully. Master Shan's eyes lit up. Greetings, Headmaster. He was excited as he had never thought that after so many years, the headmaster would return to the Lu family. Greetings, Headmaster. Wan Ji bowed. Kui Luo grinned. Greetings, Headmaster. The blood ancestor took a deep breath. Greetings, Path Lord. Regardless of whether they were cultivators from the fifth mainland or the sixth mainland, regardless of whether they were ordinary cultivators, half-progenitors or progenitors, all of them bowed to Lu Yin. Greetings, Dao Lord. Greetings, Dao Lord. Greetings, Dao Lord. In Astral 10, crazy headmaster Xiao Chen did not go to the heaven above earth sect. Instead he slowly bowed in Lu Yin's direction. Greetings, Headmaster. Countless voices converged into a torrent that resounded through the sky of the fifth continent, shaking the heavens and causing waves to surge in the galaxy. The technocracy and the astral beast domains also had countless people and creatures bowing. Perhaps they didn't do it willingly, but in the face of this flood, they couldn't control their bodies and had no choice but to bow. On Xinwu continent, Elder Chan sighed in admiration. Regardless of your cultivation, everything you've done for the heavens is enough to bear this honor. He also slowly bowed. Greetings, Tao Lord. When Elder Chan's voice fell, the entire fifth continents will converge to form the words, Tao Lord, that exploded through the void and resounded in Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin turned around and raised his hand, causing suns to rise from his palm. 9 suns soared into the sky, becoming even more dazzling. 9 suns, cauldron transformation. With a shout, Lu Yin brought his palms together, and the 9 suns fused together to form a giant cauldron. Qing Ping's eyes went wide. Was this master's 9 suns cauldron transformation? When the cauldron appeared, an obscure and ancient aura spread out. This incomparably ancient aura shocked Lu Bujing and the others as they had felt it before, but it had never been as obvious as this. Bai Wangyuan also felt it and his eyes widened. What kind of aura was this? It actually caused him to tremble uncontrollably. Ever since he had cultivated the 9 suns cauldron transformation, Lu Yin had not used it. It was not that he did not want to use it, but rather that it was too difficult to use. While its power was limitless, he did not know how to use it. Now that he knew, he used it. The 9 suns cauldron transformation gathered a will, and it could even be said to be a form of faith. This was because it had been created to burn for warmth, and it had been created by the first human to use mud to bring vitality to the human race. This was the first artifact that had appeared since the birth of the human race, and it carried the hope and civilization of the human race. This was the 9 suns cauldron transformation, and it could absorb all energy and converge with the cauldron. No one could say for sure what an artifact that had been created with the will of the human race would be like. Lu Yin pressed down with both hands, causing the cauldron to crash down and land on the enormous plaza of the Above the Sky sect. This was the plaza that everyone had to pass to enter the Above the Sky staircase. Everyone had thought that this cauldron was a technique, but now they realized that it was actually a physical object. Lu Yin had not expected that using the progenitor's sword to suppress the poison of time would be so effective. Even though he could not see every corner of the fifth mainland, he was certain that at this moment he had become the only one in everyone's eyes. That was why he had been able to use the 9 suns cauldron transformation so smoothly. After he had succeeded in cultivating it, he had tried to use the 9 suns cauldron transformation to turn something illusory into something real, but he had failed. From then on, he did not know what to do. How could a technique turn something illusory into something real? It was just like cultivating the Aeon evolution true scripture to turn one's innate gift into something that was difficult to explain. Now, when he had become the faith of everyone, the 9 suns cauldron transformation could be considered a success. Countless people looked at the giant cauldron at the bottom of the sky staircase, not knowing what it could be used for. Lu Yin also could not say what it could be used for, so he decided to leave it there for now. It could be considered a weapon, and it could also be considered a condensation of the human race's will. It was equivalent to equipping everyone's will with a weapon. As the cauldron landed, the progenitor's sword was inserted into the statue and the commotion disappeared. Lu Yin looked up at Bai Wangyuan. My fifth mainland's astral source universe has been restored. Please open the new void corridor and fulfill the agreement. As for the fourth array base, we will also take over. Progenitor Bai, don't underestimate the Eternals. They will return sooner or later. Bai Wangyuan looked at Lu Yin deeply. There were many things that he did not understand about this person, and if he could, he really wanted to take action immediately. With a roar, the caged worm bared its fangs and claws at Lu Yin. Bai Wangyuan looked at the caged worm and then at Lu Yin. Lu Xiaoxian, the Yuan sage, once said that he would give this vile creature as a gift to the Grand Empyrean. The Grand Empyrean will like it very much. Are you willing? Lu Yin raised his brows. What does his liking have to do with me? Bai Wangyuan calmly replied, that's a powerhouse comparable to a primogenitor. He's above the 6 Daoists, and if the Grand Empyrean really wants this gift, you'd best give it to him. Otherwise you'll easily invite trouble. Your Lu family ended up like that because you didn't know how to appreciate favors. He then turned to leave. This time he had not been able to stop Lu Yin from calling himself a pathmaster, so he had to go back and discuss with Bai Xianer the meaning of that title. Lu Yin looked at Bai Wangyuan's departing figure. Bai Wangyuan was about to kill with a borrowed knife again, and this time he was going to borrow a Grand Empyrean. If that Grand Empyrean really appeared, then no one would be able to stop him, but the sole true God would not allow him to appear so easily. Sometimes balance was the only way to develop. A single meeting in the sky had restored the fifth mainland's astral source universe, and the entire fifth mainland was filled with vitality. Wu Junshi prostrated himself on the ground and worshipped Lu Yin. A few days later, Lu Yin stood in the plaza below the stairway and looked at the cauldron. No one knew what he was thinking. Wu Junshi stood there respectfully. "Tell me more about the main space, especially that Grand Empyrean," Lu Yin said. Wu Junshi kept his head down, not daring to look at Lu Yin. The reincarnation spacetime has 3 sovereigns and 9 sages, and they are all equivalent to progenitors in this universe. The Grand Empyrean is their master. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Wu Junshi had said this before, and this was what Lu Yin was most afraid of. Even if there were 12 progenitors and a Grand Empyrean comparable to a primogenitor, Lu Yin would not be that surprised. After all, the primogenitor era in this universe was far more powerful than that. However, the 3 sovereigns, 9 sages and 12 progenitors were all disciples of a Grand Empyrean. This was somewhat inconceivable. Even a primogenitor only had 3 disciples, and that was the 3 realms. 6 Daoists might not necessarily be a primogenitor's disciple, let alone the progenitors below. No matter how talented a person was or how much they cultivated to, it would be good enough if they could become an invincible powerhouse and teach a few. How could they teach so many progenitors? No matter what era the reincarnation spacetime is, the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages have never been cut off. The Grand Empyrean is also an eternal powerhouse. According to Lord Luo, the Grand Empyrean likes the way of tea and often discusses the way of tea. This is the largest tea party in the entire 6 Direction Association. Lu Yin quietly listened to the story over and over again. No matter how many times he listened to it, the only thing he felt was that this reincarnation spacetime was truly powerful. This spacetime had a prosperous primogenitor era, but it also had a declining era. The 6 continents had been destroyed, but the reincarnation spacetime had never changed. The 3 sovereigns and 9 sages had never been cut off, and the Grand Empyrean had always been around. How did they ensure that their legacies continued? How strong were they? What was the difference in power between the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages? What about the other 6 direction associations? They should be at least on the same level as the 3 sovereigns spacetime, which added up to a terrifying amount of power. The astral tree had always been excluded, the Lu family had been exiled, and the main space had replaced the primordial space as the strongest power in the universe. All of this showed that the astral tree had been excluded from this spacetime. If this spacetime came into contact with the 6 direction associations, what would happen? What would the main space do to him? What would the other spacetimes think? Right now, what he wanted to do the most was understand the 6 direction associations. What Wu Junshi knew came from Lord Luo's occasional mentions, so he did not know much about them. Not only did he want to understand the 6 direction associations, but he also wanted to join them. In the astral tree, Bai Xianer walked out of the Red Garden. Chapter 2474. Bai Wangyuan looked over. "You're injured? What happened?" He took out the Book of Destiny and burned half of it. "What?" Bai Wangyuan didn't understand. Bai Xianer said, "Don't worry about it. How's Zhou Xian doing?" "We couldn't stop him. He's being called the Pathmaster." Bai Xianer remained calm. "He'll pay the price, but we can't be implicated. I'll go to the tea party." Bai Wangyuan was surprised. "You're going?" Bai Xianer smiled. "Of course I want to see the great Empyrean's tea party. Ancestor, if everything goes smoothly, we'll separate ourselves from the abandoned lands. We won't have to care about Lu Xiaoshuan's life." "All right, I'll go prepare a gift." Bai Xianer said, "No need, I've already prepared it." Bai Wangyuan was curious. "What did you prepare?" "The great Empyrean is very picky." Bai Xianer smiled happily. "He'll love this gift." There was a planet outside the astral tree realm called the Barbarian Planet. It was one of the 7 planets in the astral tree realm. Xia Xinfei entered the Barbarian Planet and was greeted by a giant tail from a gigantic rat. Bang! The rat had an unimaginably sturdy body, and its tail was so tough that even Xia Shenfei couldn't cut it in half. Xia Shenfei landed on the barbarian planet. The ground was just as sturdy. This planet wasn't really a planet. It was just a giant and sturdy rock that was used to forge weapons. For example, the volcano inside the monstrous ancestor's metal box was made of this type of rock. Rocks couldn't give birth to living creatures, so all the creatures on the barbarian planet had been captured. The mountains, rivers here had all been transformed. There were also giants. Xia Shenfei searched for a few days after landing on the barbarian planet, but he didn't find anything other than fighting with the giant creatures. Junior Xia Shenfei requests Ancestor Xiaxin to take charge of the Shenwu Celestial Tree Realm. Xia Shenfei shouted respectfully as he looked around. Roars rang out as giant creatures came from all directions and surrounded Xia Shenfei. Xia Shenfei's eyes were cold as he fought with the giant creatures, leaving behind a bloody scene that attracted even more giant creatures. He changed locations and continued to shout. Junior Xia Shenfei requests Ancestor Xiaxin to step forward and preside over the divine martial plane situation. This time, countless giant hedgehogs were attracted. I'm Xia Shenfei, and I'd like to request Ancestor Xiaxin to take charge of the situation in Shenwu Celestial. Countless earthworms emerged from the ground, making Xia Shenfei feel disgusted. I'm Xia Shenfei, and I'd like to request Ancestor Xiaxin to take charge of the situation in Shenwu Celestial. Huge birds descended from the sky, blotting out the sun. Xia Shenfei shouted for 10 days on the barbarian star, causing chaos on the barbarian star. Finally, someone responded, "Scram." Xia Shenfei was thrown out of the barbarian star by the sound waves. At this moment, all the creatures on the barbarian star trembled. The power of the ancestor realm swept across the outer realm. On the neighboring Green Hill planet, Bai Xing rolled his eyes. "You scared me, crazy woman." Xia Shenfei stood in the starry sky with blood on his lips. "Shinji," he said. Ancestor was plotted against and exiled to an unknown space. There is no one to preside over the divine martial plane situation. If Ancestor doesn't step in, the divine martial plane will be removed from the four-way scale. So what? You received glory that didn't belong to you. You should be happy that you can return to your original position. At least the Xia family didn't all die, a cold voice said mercilessly. Xia Shenfei's gaze was resolute. Ancestor, you obtained the resources of the divine martial plane and promised to return them. Now that the divine martial plane is in danger, I beg you to step in and at least descend so that others won't look down on us. The barbarian star was silent. After a while a figure walked out. She was graceful and beautiful, but she was as cold as ice. She looked at Xia Shenfei with disgust. I owe the Xia family, but it's not up to a junior like you to demand payment. Xia Shenfei bowed again. This junior has been rude, but there is no one left in the Xia family who can step in. The clan leader has been imprisoned for colluding with outsiders, and Ancestor Shinji has been exiled to a parallel universe. It will be difficult for him to return. There are no half-ancestors in the direct line of descent, and even the half-ancestors from the side branches don't dare enter the fifth mainland to look for Zhou Xian. Xiaxin was confused. The Eternals have been exiled, so why is the divine martial plane getting weaker? Xia Shenfei felt helpless. There were two progenitors in the divine martial plane. One was Xia Shenji and the other was the woman in front of him. However, this woman didn't get along with Ancestor Shinji or the entire divine martial plane. She only wanted to stay on the barbarian star and didn't care about the outside world. Her relationship with the divine martial plane was very complicated, and if it weren't for the special circumstances, he wouldn't have come looking for her. After muttering to himself for a while, Xia Shenfei told Xiaxin everything that had happened. Xiaxin wasn't angry and instead smiled. Xia Shenji was actually plotted against by Zhou Xian. This is retribution. The four-way scale exiled the Liu family, so Zhou Xian exiled Xia Shenji. Xia Shenfei looked up. Zhou Xian can use progenitor Chen's power. Xiaxin was stunned and stared at Xia Shenfei. What did you say? Xia Shenfei said in a low voice. Zhou Xian was able to control the wasteland, defeat Ancestor Shinji, and strike a deal with Ancestor Bai because he can use the power that progenitor Chen left behind in the wasteland. If I remember correctly, that power is called Sirius. Xiaxin's eyes flashed. Progenitor Chen was his power? Detestable. The divine martial plane was detestable and so was Xianxia. None of them were good people. After thinking about it, she grabbed Xia Shenfei and headed towards the Wang family's continent. Xia Shenfei heaved a sigh of relief. Although Xia Zhen's appearance didn't mean that she could save Xia Shenji, at least the outside world could confirm that there was still a progenitor in the divine martial plane. Senior, where are you going? Didn't you want me to make a decision for the divine martial plane? I'm going to find Lu Xiaoxian, Xia Zhen said coldly. Xia Shenfei hesitated. Lu Xiaoxian borrowed progenitor Chen's power, and he himself can summon a progenitor. He also has a progenitor who controls the ancestral qi of the three sons. Are you going alone? Xia Zhen ignored Xia Shenfei as Xia Shang's name filled her mind. She wanted to see how Lu Xiaoxian had obtained Xia Shang's power and what Xia Shang had left behind in the wasteland. Xia Shenfei regretted mentioning progenitor Chen. Although he didn't know much about what had happened between Xia Zhen, progenitor Chen, and the Xia family, it seemed to be more serious than he had imagined. Even progenitor Bai and the others didn't dare to provoke Lu Xiaoxian, so Xia Zhen alone wouldn't be able to do anything. However, he couldn't stop Lu Xiaoxian. A gust of wind blew past and Xia Zhen brought Xia Shenfei away. They entered the fifth mainland. Where was Xia Shenji exiled from? The four-way scales had already investigated this point, and Xia Shenfei told Xia Zhen the location. Xia Zhen stepped forward, not bothering to hide her progenitor's power at all. She was filled with the Xia family's dominance and sharpness. Above the sky, Lu Yin looked over. Progenitor? This aura belonged to someone from the Xia family? Each of the four-way scales had a progenitor guarding the outer realm. Generally speaking, these progenitors wouldn't move, but the Xia family had to. Xia Shenji had been exiled, and if the Xia family wanted to maintain their current status, they would have to invite the progenitor guarding the outer realm. Lu Yin raised his hand and looked at it. He had been able to sense that progenitor when she had just arrived at the fifth mainland. He hadn't been able to do so before, so why was he able to sense her now? Strange. Lu Yin's figure flashed, and he appeared in the above-the-sky sex prison. The dark prison imprisoned many people who had committed heinous crimes. Lu Yin arrived outside one of the prisons. Long time no see, Xiaji. Xiaji was naturally the one trapped in this prison. Ever since Lu Yin had borrowed progenitor Chen's power to suppress the fifth mainland, Xiaji had been imprisoned here until now. Xiaji looked up and opened his blurry eyes to see Lu Yin. Lu Yin walked into the prison and walked over to Xiaji. It must not feel good to be imprisoned. Xiaji lowered his head, unwilling to speak. To a half-progenitor, being imprisoned for a few years was not a big deal. Even if he had been imprisoned for hundreds or even thousands of years, he would have been mentally prepared. Leave. I won't teach you the 9 clones. Lu Yin laughed and he casually removed the chains that had trapped Xiaji. Xiaji was stunned, but when the chains fell to the ground he suddenly reached out and grabbed at Lu Yin. This brat had underestimated him. Did he really think that Xiaji was that weak? Xiaji had been pretending all along. Lu Yin remained indifferent as he raised his hand to meet Xiaji's palm. There was a crack as Xiaji's palm bent. He was shocked. This was impossible. Lu Yin was clearly just an emissary, but he felt as if he was a weakling trying to shake a tree. A sharp blade formed on the surface of Lu Yin's body and he looked up. You don't know what's good for you. A purplish-black substance formed from battle force appeared in his palm. He pressed down, instantly shattering the sharp blade and pressing down on Xiaji's shoulder, forcing him to the ground and shattering the bones in his shoulder. Xiaji violently coughed up blood and stared at the ground in disbelief. His eyes gradually filled with the color of blood, and his left hand could not move because of his shattered shoulder. He struggled to use his right arm to support his body and slowly looked up. Following Lu Yin's leg, he hoarsely said, You. Lu Yin squatted down and stood very close to Xiaji. People say that a scholar who has been away for 3 days can be seen in a new light. We haven't seen each other for a few years. What, do you still think that I'm the same junior who relied on tricks to fight against you? Xiaji coughed up another mouthful of blood and he was stunned. A few years? It's only been a few years and you're still an emissary. Yes, I'm still an emissary, but I like to fight against progenitors. Lu Yin smiled faintly. Xiaji's eyes widened and his right arm no longer had any strength. He could no longer support his body and fell to the ground. His chin touched the ground as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, dyeing the ground red. He could not believe that someone could improve so quickly in such a short period of time. It was unimaginably fast and it defied common sense. Lu Yin stood up and looked down at Xiaji. Look at you. You're like a dead dog. Back then, you ambushed me with the power of a half-ancestor and forced me to hand over all sorts of cultivation techniques. You even wanted to kill me. What about now? Xiaji, I feel sorry for you. You're still a half-ancestor. Chapter 2475. Xiaji tried his best to raise his head and stared at Lu Yin. Are you here to humiliate me? What else? Lu Yin retorted. Xiaji sneered. I know that you want to get the 9 clones technique from me. The more you humiliate me, the more I want to live, right? Lu Yin did not speak and merely looked at him calmly. Xiaji spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to raise his head to look at Lu Yin. You've succeeded. I'll teach you and let you learn the 9 clones technique as long as you let me go. You must let me go and our grudge will end here. With your strength, you won't bother to bicker with me and I'm no threat to you. Let me go. Lu Yin let out a long sigh. If only you'd said that earlier. Unfortunately, you've guessed wrong. I'm actually here to humiliate you. Xiaji bellowed. Aside from me, no one else can teach you the 9 clones technique. Do you think that brat Xiao Luo can teach you just because he learned it? I know that you two have a good relationship, but he can't teach you and neither can Star Sibyl. Only I can teach you the 9 clones technique. You must let me go. Xiaji was so angry that he was willing to give up all of his dignity in order to live. Lu Yin felt bored. Revenge was only his goal and he wanted to answer to his past self. However, it did not bring him much joy. It was time to end his grudge with Xiaji. He grabbed Xiaji and left. On Xinwu continent, Elder Chan had just returned. Crazy director Zhou Xian had broken through the void realm to become a half-progenitor. Elder Chan and the mist ancestor had gone to visit the director and had chatted for several days. Although the crazy director's realm was much lower than theirs, they had all ascended stargazing deck countless times and seen the various things that had happened in the past. They had seen through the mortal world and conversed with each other, so there was no difference between them. The mist ancestor was the same. Elder Chan felt that it was a pity that the crazy director had not broken through the 3 stages and could not become a progenitor. Who are you? Please state your name, Elder Chan said as he looked in a certain direction. There Xiaxin walked out with Xia Shenfei. Xia Shenfei did not ignore Elder Chan because of their different standpoints. He bowed as well. Junior Xia Shenfei from Xinwu planet greets Elder Chan. Elder Chan looked at Xiaxin. From Xinwu planet? Xiaxin. I've seen you before. Elder Chan was astonished. During the decisive battle between the 6th and 5th mainlands, you met with Senior Lu Tianyi. At that time I was also brought along by Xia Shenji, Xia Qin said. Xia Shenfei didn't expect the two of them to be old acquaintances. Elder Chan was surprised. So it's an old friend. Back then you were just a young man and so was I. Now we're both old, Xia Qin said. His tone was no longer as cold as before, and it seemed to have softened after seeing an old friend. Old Zen nodded. Yes, I'm old now. Sir, are you here for Xia Shenji? Xia Qin asked. Where's Lu Xiaoxian? I want to see him. Elder Chan replied. Then we'll have to wait. I need to inform him. Xia Qin nodded and his gaze swept past Elder Zen. He looked at the tower of resonating light and then up at the luck path array. So that's how it is. This source box array sealed off the path to a parallel dimension and Xia Shenji was tossed there? Old Chan replied, that's right. If you want to bring Xia Shenji back, then please go back. It's best not to fight when old friends meet. Xiaxin was puzzled. Why are you helping Lu Xiaoxian? Is it because of Lu Tianyi's kindness? Elder Chan shook his head. I've already repaid Senior Tianyi's kindness. Lu Xiaoxian is Lu Xiaoxian. No, I'm helping Lu Yin, not Lu Xiaoxian. What's the difference? Xia Qin didn't understand. Elder Chan thought for a moment. The Lu family's heir is a righteous person and he sees the good side of the world. Because of his standpoint, he will always be like Senior Tianyi, protecting everyone. Regardless of whether it's his innate talent, cultivation, appearance, or personality, he's a nearly perfect person. Lu Yin, on the other hand, is someone who has seen through the ugliness of the world. He's calculative, vicious, and vengeful. He's also a greedy person. Xia Qin raised an eyebrow. In comparison, Lu Yin really didn't have a good image at all. But it's this kind of person who's willing to take on such a huge responsibility. He's using himself as a beacon to illuminate the path forward for humanity. No matter what he does, it's all for the sake of survival. In the end, he'll do everything he can to help humanity survive. This kind of person is worth helping. His bottom line will never be broken, Elder Chan said. Xianxia listened to Elder Chan's words and Lu Yin's appearance appeared in his mind. So, this was how these people thought of him. Real to real. Between Zhou Xian and Lu Yin, one was an illusory perfection while the other was a real commoner. Humans needed a perfect image to lead them forward, but there were too many people with such an image. The more desperate a situation was, the more they needed someone who knew how to survive to lead the way. Lu Yin was such a person. How many life and death situations had he experienced in this part of the universe for this progenitor to be willing to help him? I'm even more curious now that you mention it, Xiaqin said. She had always been on the barbarian star, and although she was clear about the outside world, she didn't know much about it. Elder Chan gestured for her to sit down. I don't mind. Let's sit down and talk. It's rare to meet an old friend. Xiaqin nodded and sat down across from Elder Chan. One looked old while the other looked young, as if they were from two different eras. However, strictly speaking, Xiaqin was older than Elder Chan. Xianxia stood respectfully in the distance and waited quietly, occasionally glancing at the tower of resonating light. Is it here? Ancestor Shinji has been tricked and I don't know when he'll return. Soon enough, a figure that blotted out the sky appeared. The hellworm roared and bared its fangs as it looked around, but there was no one around. It resentfully lowered its claws. Lu Yin entered Shinwu continent and appeared between Xiaqin and Elder Chan. I'm late. Elder Chan replied. He's Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Xiaqin and Xiaqin looked back at him. Xia Shinji was exiled by you? To be more precise, he took the wrong path, Lu Yin said directly. Xiaqin frowned. You're shameless. Lu Yin calmly asked, why are you here, senior? Can you bring Xia Shinji back? Xiaqin asked. Lu Yin replied, no. Then forget it, Xiaqin said. Elder Chan was flabbergasted. It was that simple? Xianxia was not surprised, and neither was Lu Yin since he knew about Xiaqin. You can borrow Xiaoshang's power? How did you get it? Xiaqin asked again. Lu Yin replied, Senior, let's get straight to the point. I know a bit about you and I can tell you that my power comes from Sirius, not Progenitor Chen's personal inheritance. Xiaqin's gaze turned cold. You know about me? Who told you that? Lu Yin replied, Senior, you don't have to ask who told you. In short, you hate Shinwu Plane and Progenitor Chen. Senior owes Shinwu Plane and Progenitor Chen, so I have a plan that can satisfy all of your needs. Xiaqin sneered. You want to help me? Lu Yin shook his head and replied seriously, I'm helping myself. Shinwu Plane banished the Lu family because of Xia Shinji's decision. Since that's the case, I'll make sure that Xia Shinji is banished. Not only will he be banished from our world, but he will also be banished from Shinwu Plane. Xiaqin did not understand and looked at Lu Yin. What bold words. Xianxia stared at Lu Yin, his eyes flashing. Elder Chan was also curious as to what Lu Yin was going to do. Lu Yin took out Mount Supreme and released a person. It was Xiao Luo. Luo Zhong? Why are you here? Xianxia was surprised. Ever since the Starry Sky Tree Expeditionary Force was captured, they all knew that Luo Zhong was Xiao Luo, the successor of the Xia family in this starry sky. However, Xia Ji had already pledged allegiance to the Divine Martial Celestial, so there was no need to mention Xiao Luo. After Lu Yin released the expedition army, Xiao Luo also remained in Shinwu Plain. However, because of his status, he was still not welcomed and would cause trouble from time to time. Xianxia had never cared about Xiao Luo, so he had not expected to see him here. Senior, we meet again. Xiao Luo smiled. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Lu Yin replied, Senior, he's Xiao Luo, Progenitor Chen's successor. Xiaqin stared at Xiao Luo with a complicated expression. He seemed excited but also resentful. Senior, you should return what you owe to Progenitor Chen. Please support him in taking control of Shinwu Plain, Lu Yin said. No. Xianxia shouted. Xiaqin looked at Lu Yin as well. Let Xiaoshang's people take control of Shinwu Plain? You're really good at scheming. It's just as Elder Chan said. Lu Yin glanced at Elder Chan, not knowing what the old man had said. He continued, Senior, there's no need to rush. Continue listening to this, Junior. You've repaid what you owe to progenitor Qin, but you can also repay what you owe to Shenwu Plain. He looked at Xianxia. Your father is imprisoned, so you can choose to take control of Shenwu Plain or release your father. I can remove the death god's seal from his body. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. My father betrayed Shenwu Plain and colluded with you. Lu Yin interrupted. He's being controlled by the death god's seal, and if he doesn't cooperate with me, he'll die. You can agree to remove the seal and return his freedom. As for what happens to him in Shenwu Plain, that has nothing to do with me. You can choose to have senior support him in taking control of Shenwu Plain and be on equal footing with Xia Luo, or you can choose to take control. That's your choice. What a joke. You don't have the right to take control of Shenwu Plain. Zhou Xian, do you really think that you can decide the master of Shenwu Plain? Xianxia was unhappy. Lu Yin looked at Xiazhen and smiled. Senior, do you want them to experience what happened to you back then? Xiazhen's eyes lit up. Xianxia's heart sank. Not good, this was Lu Xiaoshuan's plan. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened back then, Xiazhen had definitely been hurt deeply. Otherwise, as a progenitor, he wouldn't have stayed out of Shenwu Plain's affairs for so many years. He looked at Xiazhen. Ancestor, don't listen to Lu Xiaoxian. He's trying to sow discord in Shenwu Plain. Lu Yin smiled. That's even more interesting. That's right, I'm trying to sow discord. Shenwu Plain seems to care about this the most. Xiazhen closed his eyes. Direct descendants and collateral descendants. Yes, divine martial heaven cared about this the most.